guys. Long time no see. Hope everybody's doing well. He said, let me know if you can hear me, in case there's something wrong. Hello. Tracy will be in, but she's in the middle of like cooking and stuff. So right now it's me. For right now it's just me. Good to see you too. Hey guys. Am I feeling good? Yeah, you know, okay. I'm okay. I had hurt my arms earlier and I had to start going to bed early, but I'm feeling a bit better. So I got some tea. I got some snack. Piece of licorice. No. Ashley. No, I'm Fable. See the header? That's me. Alright, there we go. The image on the thumbnail, like, this is Johnny Two Tails thing. Ah! Did I get something? I haven't streamed in a while, guys. I've been so busy. I've been so busy that it's just been like, not advantageous. What am I gonna sketch? I have a bunch of birthday presents that I have to finish. So let's see. Somebody just I got thanks, Chris. This was like a goofy drawing I did, and that ended up going in the stream thumbnail. And I said to Tracy, I was like, "Oh, well, I could make that better looking." So I like drew this thing on the right here, but by the time I finished, she had finished the thumbnail. So this is something goofy. I like how this came out. This is pretty goofy. But yeah, so among the things that I gotta do today, I also have an animation note I have here from my crew members. So I wanted Rocky to fuss with the bottles a little bit more, and I should have done this in boards, but sometimes you get a better idea later on. But if I get an idea that changes things this much, it's like I better be prepared to like break it down for the animator. It's like help them suffer a little less, you know. Maybe I can get a a buddy to come in with me at the stream, because it's kind of hard to keep up with chat without looking up constantly from what I'm doing. Storyboards, yeah, I'm doing kind of an animated now, and see if I can't break this down a little bit for B, who's the animator doing this shot. I threw Tracy in here. She's still off cooking at the moment. But for anybody who wants to like listen to my music, if you just want like some noise, I can share my my playlist with folks in the Discord. There you go. So anybody who's like in the Lackadaisy Discord, if you have Spotify Premium, then you can see my what I'm listening to. If you're like, oh, I don't want to listen to the default music. Pretty good default music though. It's by Bend Sound.
though. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey Tracy, what's up? Getting the food down?
Yeah, cooking.
Try to boost your volume a little bit here. There we go. I'll lower my Spotify volume a little bit. What if my volume mixer? Do I have Discord turned down? Let's see.
Hello, everyone. Life is okay. Very busy. Very.
Yeah, we've been insanely busy.
We're
like
overwhelmed, but in a fulfilling way. Like I'm stressed out, but I'm having fun.
Yeah. No, I actually wanted to stream because I was like, you know what? You know what's fun? Streaming is fun. I haven't done that in a while. I was taking a break for a little bit because I had been doing so much streaming. But, I think at this point I'm like, okay, streaming's fun again. Not that it was never not fun, but, oh my god, we were doing so many long streams. Oh.
Yeah, it can be very exhausting.
Mm-hmm. Like... It's fun during, but it's more like the next day you're, like, totally pooped. Yeah.
It'll wreck you, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dream hangover.
I just feel like that sometimes.
Mm.
So right now I'm doing the animation notes just real quick, getting a little bit of that down. That'll warm me up too.
Hey, Nox.
Hey, dude.
Dune says, do you ever doodle on restaurant napkins? I used to draw all over everything.
They're not like the greatest material unless they're like kind of a stiffer kind.
Yeah, generally not good for drawing on.
If you have a ballpoint pen, it'll just chew it up.
When they have those like kids placemat things, I'll draw on those, but
oh yeah, those are great.
Assuming there's like something to draw with there, like crayons already there, because if I have to ask for crayons, it's a little embarrassing at my age. But
no, ask for crayons.
Yeah, generally, like if I'm not like when I'm out of the house is like the only time I get away from like drawing or working on a tablet and drawing with a stylus. So these days I tend to just like relish the opportunity to give my hand a rest. So I haven't done any restaurant drawing in a long... Well, I haven't been to restaurants anyway. It's kind of a bad time for restaurants, but yeah, when I was at school, I would draw all over my notes and all over... Like, you remember... well, I don't know if anybody else had to do this, but I guess it's pretty ubiquitous. Like, making those book protector covers out of, like, paper grocery bags.
Oh, yeah.
like, the school would mandate it because they didn't want you to wreck the books, the textbooks, but I would draw all over those. My books would just be covered in doodles.
But then they get ruined so quickly, though.
Yeah.
They would always say, okay, you have to wrap this in something like a paper bag, and then Staples and such got wise to that, and they're like, oh, let's make book.
Oh, did they start selling those?
The little sock things. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
They sell like these fabric sock things that you would put the book inside of that was stretchy, so it could work with like most textbooks. And they would have
like
yeah.
School would start, and then like the pressure would be on to immediately cover your books, go home and cover your books.
You know where the '90s style came from with like all the like the weird colors and stuff? It's freaking school supplies.
Yes.
School supplies at the time were patterned like that. Most other things weren't, but school supplies were. And that's,
like Lisa Frank was like queen of the school supply scene, like with the stickers and the Trapper Keepers.
Because like
and,
among adults, I don't think these colors were actually all that popular. So it's like why is it, if you, like, look at photos in the 90s, it's not done up in, like, Dixie Cup Rainbow everywhere, and Lisa Frank everywhere, because also, like, those materials were hard to, like, print and stuff. Holographic fabric, that's a pretty new thing, but how I see it integrated is usually in anything that, like, references 90s things, because that shit was on Lisa Frank stickers and Trapper Keepers. It's all, like,
all those
nostalgia.
patterns are and then like shows would pick up on it, like Saved by the Bell kind of like stole a lot of its like graphic design sensibility from that same stuff. And
but like, yeah, stuff for adults was usually like more pink, brown, yellow, beige, a lot of beige. You know, like professional, like the office worker environment was way more like, everything was kind of a soft and casual feel.
Beige and gray and
beige,
white,
casual, white collar worker outfits were no longer like, always had to be like super like pantsuit stuff, but even like a pantsuit almost feels like relatively casual compared to like prior styles. Maybe this is coming off of the 80s and it's like excess and sharp edges and stuff, or so like everything's like
well, it's like the 70s was all those like earthy like pea green like and gold colors, and like the late 70s was like that, and then the 80s just like exploded into like just those neon I don't know what technology came about exactly at that point, like color related to like making products out of like super bright colors. I guess that might have been part of why that got real popular then, because they would make those little like jelly bracelets and things that were like neon green and neon pink and hot pink and stuff like that.
Come to think of it, so if the style of the 90s, what was it reflecting on then? Because if its core audience is adults in the 90s, like working adults, then that would have been people from the 70s thinking about like the style of things from when they were younger, maybe.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot of the 60s. There was a lot of the 60s like popular again in the 90s. There was like a whole hippie movement in the 90s with like the round colored glasses and
maybe that's why the 90s was considered like a as like
the hippie fashion and
more liberal time in a way.
Yeah.
Where like
yeah.
I just like, oh, I'm a 90s person, very modern, you know, that was the attitude.
Yeah, the 90s was very yeah, it's like there people would be like yeah, it's the 90s, like it's like this futuristic time or something. It's like it's just now. The 90s was, I don't know, because the millennium was approaching, I guess, so everybody was like, yeah, it's the future. The future's now.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, it's just like the future is cool. We have the internet. It was definitely extremely optimistic. The idea at the time was that you were like post all the social issues also.
Yeah, I was like, we survived the 20th century, we win. But then we just start over again.
Well, if you look back at like a lot of the media from then, you're like, oh, that's why this shit's still around now. Because it's like, oh no, they talked a big game, but the reality was different. It was like, it was definitely taking steps forward, but I mean, this was just coming off of the AIDS crisis, so.
yeah, the 90s was like it was arrogant, I would say. Like,
definitely, yeah.
We like everybody, Americans definitely were very, I mean, we're always kind of up our own assholes about how awesome we are, or important we are, or like, even people who criticize the United States, like, it's still like US-centric point of view all the time, and but yeah, in the 90s it was like especially just seemed very America fuck yeah sort of thing. And then
it was America fuck yeah without even realizing it in a way. Like it was definitely,
and then 9/11 happened and we're like, oh things are gonna change, and they did a lot.
Throwing more of a Rocky like coming in and slapping the bottles down. He's like rolling his head a little.
Yeah, he's gotta be very precious about those few remaining bottles there.
Oh, he will. So he's gonna put them down, and I'm just like coming up with something more interesting at the beginning here. and then he starts fussing with them.
Yeah.
So
Just slightly nudge them to line them up
slightly
perfectly.
nudge.
If he was a proper cat, he would just swipe them onto the floor, but right now he's...
Rocky's a little bit of a dog. He fetches.
Presentation is key, Rocky.
You just say it specifically as presentation.
Lenny says, I've loved y'all's comic for a long time, and thank you for making... Oh, thank you. Glad you like it. Leonardo Lopez says, the 90s were weird from what I hear. They were pretty weird in retrospect. At the time, it seemed quite normal, and... But yeah, looking back, it's like, it was kind of a weird... I don't know, the 20th century was different. Very different from what we're living now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It was an early internet, and I don't think you'll ever... like.
Yeah,
you guys
the
won't
internet
ever
culture...
experience that,
Oh,
man.
wow, yeah.
So
like,
that's something that,
the early days.
something that I have that I, you know...
Yeah, I
like
think a
younger
lot of...
millennials
Probably a
don't
lot
quite
of you
know.
in the chat were not born before the internet,
Mhm.
and I was.
Mhm.
Like, I remember a time, vaguely, before the internet was a thing. And it's kind of surreal to even think about, like, not spending all day every day on the damn computer, but
Watch a lot
there
of
was a
TV
time.
back then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was like a thing.
Yeah.
There was all like, oh, kids are watching too much
As a
TV.
kid, you would like
Yeah.
anything you liked, you'd like rush to record it on a VCR because that's how you had something to watch and share over and
Yeah.
over again. Obviously, there was no streaming or anything.
DVR
so.
was a revolution. Like, quite literally,
Yeah.
like, DVR is one reason why television dramas really took off, because you could follow a story. And, like, TV in general was usually pretty episodic. You didn't have canon that, like, persisted show to show. Like, shows like that, like, they existed, but usually, like, the through thread... of the,
There was like there would be like a
plot
through line with things like
fan,
Law and
yeah.
Order and stuff would have,
Yeah.
but it was mostly a like the
Mhm.
episode was what really mattered, and
Mhm.
and yeah, you didn't really have a lot aside from
they
like
knew that
daytime
people
soap
usually
operas,
couldn't, like,
which were
catch everything.
huge
Yeah.
in the 90s. Daytime
Mhm.
soap operas were so popular, but
Well, those
and,
are-
and they're now they're just
yeah.
like extinct. They're just like basically gone. It's crazy.
It's because everything's a soap opera now.
Yeah.
What, superhero stories are
Reality
largely
TV
soap
came
operas.
along and took over, and it's like,
Mhm.
why we don't need soap operas anymore. We got this like this other trash to watch. So.
But also, like, just the formulas of soap operas became more common in other shows. But also, like, superhero things,
Yeah,
like, those are just soap operas.
they are. Yeah,
It's
really.
like this
They're
goofy stuff that happens in
soap operas
is-
with more
yeah.
capes than
yeah.
the usual
soap
soap opera.
operas
Yeah.
with superpowers, basically.
Yep, that's pretty much it. And yeah, they pretty much cover the same kinds of like timelines with like secret twins and people getting their faces swapped and like I don't know, it's just very silly stuff. People getting amnesia and time traveling for some reason. My mother would watch soap operas, and they were kind of comedy gold. I don't know, they were. My brother and I would
they put
watch
me to
with her, and
sleep.
they'd fucking make us laugh like crazy.
They were pretty wacky, but like most of the time, like if my mom put on a soap opera, I was like, it. I don't think I didn't have
At a certain
appreciation
age, you
for
can
dialogue,
appreciate like
yeah.
the unintentional comedy of it, or like the silliness of the premise. But like when you're young, yeah, when I was much younger, like they were boring to me. I just was not interested in this
It's
in
like,
this
it doesn't have
stupid
animals
drama
in it,
these
so I don't
adults
care.
were.
that was my attitude. It's like there's no dog, there's no cat.
Right, there's
I
no
don't
talking
care.
animals. I'm not interested.
But oh my god, yeah, it's like what soap opera could compete?
If
with
they
this
had a
other-
talking animal soap opera, however, I would have been all over that.
I mean, if it had a talking animal, I would usually watch.
I mean,
just
that's
the
basically
commercials a
what
few times. Like that's the only
Sesame
reason
Street
I watched
was.
Sabrina. I watched Sabrina because I like Salem. That was it.
Oh yeah, because of the cat. Yeah, of course.
It's not only was he like a cat, but also he had a funny personality.
He was basically a
Yeah.
cartoon character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Salem was great. That's actually what the shame of the new Sabrina series is.
I know.
Like,
it's
no
like
Salem. They're like, well, we want it to be serious. It's like it's Sabrina.
But I think
And
also
he's
I
a
heard that
witch!
the actress is like very allergic to cats, so they couldn't have
Not
a
even
cat
a
on
CG
set.
cat?
So
I don't know. It just is a bad decision. It's like, you could do a CG cat. In fact, you probably should do a CG cat.
Yeah.
Just do a CG cat.
Caroline McKee says, "Good evening, everyone. I got caramel ice cream and sweatpants. Let's go." Yeah, that sounds like a good Saturday. I wish I had some ice cream. That'd be good. But instead, I have to cook vegetables. I have to make some real food to sustain myself with. Porter says Sesame Street as a soap opera is one heck of a take. I mean, it doesn't have the continuity really, but I mean, Bert and Ernie, that's like you know.
I mean, you cannot deny the tour romance that is Bert and Ernie.
It is a romance story. It's a love story. It's a love story and an Odd Couples sort of like knockoff. Well, parody, I guess, not knockoff. They're not like. I don't think they were trying to keep it a secret that was what they were lampooning, but. I mean, Sesame Street had more touching, serious moments than any soap opera I could think of. That like.
Yeah. Anytime there's a child talking to Kermit, it's like that's you know.
Yeah.
Classic
Or
television.
they would deal with like death and they would like approach difficult topics.
They dealt with like bigotry and stuff. Like Sesame
yeah,
Street is
racism and yeah. Or bullying or just having difficulty in school and making friends. Or, I mean anything, yeah. It could be very.
Yeah. It's always about trying to teach kids topics that like they're gonna need to know in the future.
Yeah.
So.
Dune says, I'm pretty sure Sesame Street parodied soap operas at some point. They definitely, I remember them doing
Sesame
a Twin
Street
Peaks.
YouTubes
They did a Twin Peaks parody called Twin Beaks at one point. Yeah, they would parody stuff that like kids wouldn't have even have heard of. It's kind of like I think they were like, I don't know, Sesame Street probably a lot of it's the reason it was so iconic and has lasted so long is because it could be entertaining for adults as well, while it was still very like obviously kid-centric. It wasn't brainless.
It wasn't hard for
it had a pretty wry sense of humor at times, so yeah. Porter says the writers know that parents are forced to watch Sesame Street with their kids. Yes, I guess you might as well. If the parents watch it, I guess they're more likely to
support it.
Yeah. Because there are definitely kids shows that are just like, for any adult, that are just like insufferable. Sesame Street's not one of those things, though. Yeah, it was always good about. Alza says Sesame Street and Moomin Valley are both bangers. Yeah, see, Moomins, I know like, I guess it's a European thing. Moomins, like pretty much everybody from Europe like grew up on that I can think of, and they all like are extremely like fond of it, and like American kids just never got the Moomin experience. Sadly, sounds like we were missing out.
Yeah.
AZ Sketches says, I watched the new Mortal Kombat movie yesterday. It blew my mind. Interesting. We were talking about that. We were talking about the original one with Raul Julia the other day, because that for me it was Tuesday. Meme came up.
Oh yeah. The
late at night and goofy.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was doing this comic here. The there we go.
I have not seen the new one though. I don't know if I'm
This
going
is
to.
this comic I sketched out because we were talking about Rocky and molasses. We were having this discussion before the molasses flood video came out from Puppet History too. I was like, wow, that's good timing. So this is
Wowza says, I'm in America. My dad used to download it for me to watch. Now I watch it on YouTube because it puts me to sleep. Oh, okay, that's cool. I guess it's way more accessible now. I mean, like, my childhood was, like, the age of, if you want to watch it again, you better record it on a VCR and then hope your mom doesn't tape over it with something else.
soap operas.
Yeah, exactly. She would tape her soap operas because she'd work during the day and then she'd come home and, like, watch her soaps. That should be recorded on a VCR. And so we were always fighting over, like, whose VHS tapes were whose.
This was the image that I had us joking about. For me, it was Tuesday. Oh shoot! I'm not live streaming to you, Tracy. Oops. Me.
Oh, that's okay.
Well,
I'm gonna be getting up and down to cook anyway, so don't.
Yeah, but you know, context.
Yeah. All right.
This is a very important face right here.
I was just watching the YouTube stream.
Ah.
And Graver Writer says, my mother and I learned English with Sesame Street. Oh, wow. That's very cool. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Yeah, that was another one that was... childhood staple.
It's fun to make Rocky like ooze anxiety here.
Lenny Trium says, I feel like the culmination of all those children's shows was like Avatar: The Last Airbender, like for all the kids who had seen those other shows when they were younger. Yeah. To some extent, I think, yeah. I think it was like a return to action adventure and, you know, fantasy for a lot of kids' cartoons. Like when I was real young, there were cartoons around like Pirates of Dark Water and the Lost Cities of Gold or something like that, and like all these like cool shows that didn't really seem to last long. But then like in the 90s, late 90s, it seemed like everything was much more domestic. Like it was much more dealt more with like slice of life stuff, like being a kid in school and stuff, like As Told by Ginger and Hey Arnold and even Rocko's Modern Life. Although it was animals, it was kind of more like a little more like a slice of life type of thing. And then I think some of the 80s kids were just kind of missing. Like, they came of age and they're like, okay, well, now we make the shows. So they were like, I want to return to the like action adventure fantasy stuff. So Avatar: The Last Airbender came in. I think it's been like this.
I always liked the fantasy stuff a lot more as a kid.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's definitely good things to say about shows like Hey Arnold and, and things like that.
But I prefer
Rocko's Modern Life and that sort of thing. But yeah, it was all very like, it just had a tone to it that was removed from that like high adventure sort of stuff that like as a kid you really want to sink your teeth into, but there was just so little of it. There were like a few, like Batman and things like that, where you know,
Gargoyles
series, Gargoyles was great, yeah. But it was, yeah, I think kids were hungering for for something more. For a return to that or something. I don't know. Yeah. Scratch that itch for. Some kind of like fantasy immersion.
I also liked anything that was like kind of darker. The tone
Yeah,
of the 90s was extremely everything's fine, hyper optimistic, and
right.
very kind of discussing problems. So anything that like tried to talk about those issues like tended to attract me a lot as a kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the very special episode type things.
Right. After school specials.
Yeah. Those don't really engage with topics in a very organic way. It's like people in after school specials, like they only get like hurt and it's solved by the end of the episode. They get addicted to something that's solved by the end of the episode. Like, or like a family member dies, they're fine by the end of the episode. It's never something that they deal with ongoing. So
yeah, that sitcom formula where like problem solved in half an hour or 23 minutes.
It does not work with those kinds of things. So
no. Nox says the action adventure I had when I was super young was Spyro, but I don't think that made it past the language barrier to English kids. Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I could place that. AZ Sketch says, I keep dreaming of Lackadaisy with Cuphead music as background music and chase scenes and such. Then again, Cuphead takes place around the 30s, I think. Well, I don't know if... Does Cuphead have a specific time and place? I think it's just inspired by... It's just yeah, I mean, the style is inspired
30s,
by the rubber hose animation of the 20s and 30s, so...
It's like some of that started back in the 20s, but it was like pretty primitive by comparison.
It was mostly the 30s, yeah, where that really took shape.
Or like Disney was not even remotely
Flightshare cartoons and
I think they
the
like
early Disney.
They moved to LA in the 20s though, like because Disney, he was actually stationed in, was it Kansas City, where he was at?
He was no outside Kansas City, but nearby there, like a small town. What the hell was the name of it? It's a town nobody's ever heard of.
The one that we want to go check out.
Yeah, I don't know if they have any stuff there.
They would be stupid not
it's
to
Marceline, Missouri, yeah. You would think they'd have a museum or some monument or something, but I don't know. I've never heard of anything being there.
I think for like tax reasons, basically. That and everybody else was going out there who was working in the film industry. But yeah, he was originally a Missouri guy.
Yep.
Which explains a lot of the subject matter, also. It's
yeah,
like,
a lot of
Disney
the kind of like Central America folksiness.
Yeah,
that
extremely
he brought to
Midwestern America.
Yeah. Dune says, I wish there was an update on the Jim Henson's Storyteller project that Neil Gaiman is involved with. Oh, was that put on hold for the pandemic or something? I heard something about that a while ago, but yeah, I hadn't heard anything in a long time. Andrew says, there's some American attempt at aping Sailor Moon that I really mean to look at sometime. The only thing I can think of is Powerpuff Girls, but I don't think that's what you mean. Yeah, I'm really surprised Gargoyles hasn't been kind of revived, because it seems like a kind of an obvious one for them to reboot or something, but not yet. Lenny says, despite its social problems, the best sitcom-style show I watched as a kid was Gilligan's Island. Even got all the box sets for road trips. That's pretty cute. Says they used up all their gothic animation points on Batman, so no gargoyles. Ah, okay, they hit their their gothic quota, I guess, and didn't need to pursue it further. Aaron says, anyone seen the new Animaniacs? Is it good? I've heard good things about it. I have not seen it myself. I was a big fan of that show growing up, though. The original. I was not so big on Tiny Toons, but I did like Animaniacs.
I love Tiny Toons.
It had its moments, but
Yeah.
a lot of it
I
kind of
think I
annoyed
like-
me. I don't know.
Maybe it was like I like the character design in Tiny Toons more.
It was
opinion.
well. They looked different every episode because like
Yeah.
some different studio.
True,
It would be
yeah.
outsourced
No,
to
I
like
noticed
different
that even
studios,
as a
I guess.
kid.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
But yeah, no, I didn't understand Animaniacs as much. That's part of it. I guess I
was just the right age for Animaniacs to
Yeah.
hit just right. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm a bit younger than you, so. But yeah, I was a bit younger, so like a lot of the Animaniacs jokes like wouldn't have hit for me because I was like, I don't know who that is. It's like
Yeah,
I
they
do
made
know
a
that
lot of
Bill
like
Clinton
pop
plays
culture
the sax.
references and even references to like older things that I think a lot of kids would just fly right over their heads. Stingo says, a new show I thought was going to be a bit more in-depth in the darker part of the story was Kipo. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to watch that. Because it didn't go as dark as... I mean, it looks like it gets pretty intensely dark and I don't know, analytic about psychology, basically. People who do destructive things and things like that, but I guess maybe it doesn't go far enough. Didn't like Infinity Train or something get canceled because it was like too adult or like?
No, they're on their 4th season.
Oh, I thought it was finishing up this season though. Like,
Yeah, that's their
it had
4th
been-
season.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Maybe I misread something or misunderstood. See ya, Diesel Rock. Have fun. Aaron says, last few things I've been watching is Great Pretender, Dr. Stone, and Beastars. Is the Beastars second season in the US now, or is that available on Netflix, or is it only season 1 still?
It's still in Netflix jail right now.
Oh, weird.
So you can pirate it, but...
Yeah, I'll wait. Emily Zoo says, I think Infinity Train got canceled because the original target demographic was kids. Yeah, that's what I had, like, I don't know, I caught a glimpse of some headlines, and I'm doing that thing where, like, you read the headline, but not the actual article, but it seemed to imply that it had been, like, they decided to stop because it was, like, it was, the content was much more adult than what, like, the appearance and, or, like, how it was marketed, I guess, didn't quite line up with what it was actually about, which is an ongoing issue with animation, I think.
I got another donation. What's this one?
But it seems to be getting better. I think we're seeing more and more, like...
oh, thank you, Nox. Nox just gave me some money for food. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, nice. That's generous,
Yeah.
Nox. Citizen Zombie says, I'm watching Odd Taxi. I've heard good things about that, too. I've heard good things about a lot of things, and I don't have time to watch anything. The only things I can watch are things I can kind of just listen to.
swung a half and go as he goes, "Thank you," and just like knocks over a bottle by accident. Smash.
Yeah, he should. He knocks the last two over and breaks them on the floor.
Okay, I think at that point, like, Missy Boy, I quit. Okay, bye.
Missy just walks out, just doesn't say anything.
Silently says nothing. End of story. That's it. Story over.
Caroline says, Infinity Train was canceled because the studio said it was, quote, not what they wanted at this time, quote, end quote. The creators hope they will be picked up by another studio. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I think there's an issue where, like, there's, like, this obvious hunger for more adult animation, but the networks and streaming services and things don't quite know how to handle it, or how to market it, or, like, what to do with it. There's, like, a bit of a disconnect, I think. So that prevailing attitude for so long has been, like, in the US and Canada and stuff. It's like, animation for children. And exclusively so. Even though so much of early animation was produced for adult audiences, like Looney Tunes shorts and stuff, it was like a kid could enjoy it, but yeah, it was like the humor was often very adult and referenced very adult things and made jokes about things only adults would even recognize. That I don't know, it's this weird, like, I don't know if cognitive dissonance isn't really the word, but just
it's, I don't know, there's a way of marketing and merchandising cartoons, monetizing them, that is geared towards children.
Yeah.
And the
it's
same
like,
engine does that. It's like the same engine that powers adult media. Like, for some reason, it's like as if there's like some justification for not doing that, and the justification is always like, adults don't watch cartoons. Is just the justification.
Right, which is not the truth at all, of course.
No.
But it's like they keep trying to apply. So the impression I have, of course, is that, I mean, Hollywood and the studios, whether it's games or film or animation or whatever, they like to fall back on safe things. They are risk averse, and that's just because that's how capitalism works. Like like,
it's
the bigger the risk,
to make these things, so.
Yeah, they above all, the bottom line is making money, and so they don't like to do things that are too experimental and too risky, and so they like to fall back on formulas that are tried and true, and the tried and true formula is marketing, G and PG rated cartoons to children in a certain way. And now that there's like this entire couple of generations of people who are like frothing at the mouth for animation content that kind of lines up with what Japan produces and Korea produces and other studios overseas, that's much more adult in nature, deeper story, long form storytelling and things like that, and they just keep trying to apply like that sensibility, I suppose, of marketing to like kids who'd be watching like Paw Patrol or something. Yeah, it's just like there's just such a huge disconnect between that kind of content and that, but it still falls under the category of like animation, so they kind of like think of it as the same thing, even though it's so far removed from each other.
Sometimes I wonder if that even is like the prevailing attitude anymore. But then you had that thing years ago.
You would think it not so much
anymore,
when
COPPA
because
came down, there was a big to-do about the fact that the FTC had listed under things that like, suggest that it might be kids' content, whatever, like is appearing on YouTube. Among those things has animated cartoon characters, and people threw a fucking fit over that because they were like, what? At least like, maybe it was just my circles, but I mean, for most folks like our age, we'd be like, Family Guy is not for kids.
Right.
South Park isn't for kids.
Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, I don't know that you can really like
it by now, but
you would think, because it's like people my age or people who are like heading up studios and things at this point.
Yeah.
Like, but I think the even higher ups are more boomer generation, and they, I think, maybe are
Who has money, same as always.
Yeah, they're the ones who are they just have an outdated, disconnected idea of like what cartoon is for. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's changing fast. Or it will inevitably change as those people retire and go away. Emily Zhu says, a lot of adult animation has the same few art styles and humor. I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of a lot of the...
It's starting to evolve quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of like I know there have been complaints, like those ubiquitous complaints about quote-unquote Cal Art style and things like that, but I mean, the stuff I've been seeing just on YouTube alone is so varied and so different. Such a wide spectrum of things. I think that will hopefully...
I think one thing to remember is that the way that adult cartoons look is very much based on what they can do for as cheaply as possible.
Right. There's
because,
yeah,
like,
there are certainly limitations on
these things. It's like you have to make it inexpensive.
Yeah.
So the style that you see is built around rigs, like puppeted rigged animation. It is just they, move them as little as possible, basically, to make it so that you can churn these out faster.
Right.
That makes it cheaper. And kids media, probably the idea with kids media is that because it sells toys, maybe they're getting like more bang for their buck. So they, kids media actually has more variety in terms of storytelling and design sensibility and all of that. It's like,
right. I don't know. I'm just mentally gathering up the things that I've seen lately, like Long Gone Gulch, Ollie and Scoops, Hell of a Boss,
indie stuff is
Kipo.
taking
I haven't
off,
watched it, but
sure.
BoJack, and like all of that stuff looks so different. And like Tuca and Birdie, Tuca and Birdie has a very BoJack look because it's the same character designer. But
you could have said years ago that there's like one kind of look, but like it just isn't quite.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a pretty
anymore. It's opened up.
Yeah. When I think of it, the stuff that comes to mind is a pretty broad spectrum of very different looking things, which I really appreciate. But I do know what you mean. There's like certainly undercurrents and patterns you see with like types of facial expressions and like facial proportions and things. So it's like, I'm seeing a lot of that, and I think that's just like you go back in time to go back to the 30s, like all the cartoon characters coming from all the different studios had the same freaking look. They all look the same.
Felix the cat. All of them.
Yes, they were all Felix knockoffs, like Oswald the Rabbit, Mickey.
Guys, hot take.
Like,
Mickey Mouse is just Felix the cat, but
with
round ears. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
totally,
all he is. That's it. Like, they all look like that.
Everything is, in a sense, cannibalistic. It cannibalizes other, or like, it just, nothing is created in a vacuum, so everything influences everything else, and you get these like, as different time periods, you look back and you can kind of like recognize when a cartoon came from just by the way it looks, because that's just how it is. It's just like the style of the era, but it happens not only with cartoons, but you see it with like concept art and like film design, like
we're all influenced by each other.
Yeah,
artists don't just come out of nowhere and like born with their own style or whatever. Like what you draw is fundamentally based on like what's around you. We are not creatures who exist like separate from time. Like we ingest culture and spit it back out the same as anybody else. This is just how we do it. And we often tend to be like obsessed with ingesting a lot of it because it's like, oh man, I love this thing. And so you get really into like absorbing tons of things. So whatever you spit back out is going to be a reflection of lots and lots of different things. And as you get more into your craft, like that goes from being like something you subconsciously do to something you actively do. So, like when
but
we were younger,
it's sort of like this
we would be a lot more-
collective
yeah,
collective consciousness that just gradually shifts, but you see it with like every media out there, and even fashion design, like clothing. It just like our design sensibilities, like our aesthetic, just kind of is always just kind of gradually shifting. But it's like it makes this like interesting historical thing you can kind of like track. You can look back and go like, well, this influenced that, and this influenced that, and this influenced that, and just kind of like this evolution of it's I don't know. I kind of find that fascinating. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
it's not at all a bad thing. I think also like when we were younger, like I feel like this is every freaking young artist I see. They get very, very concerned and worried about what is my style, like what helps me stand out. I don't want to be compared to other artists. I want, because you're like, that's what I did when I was a kid, but now I'm a grown up. I'm a grown up artist, and I'm going to be professional, and I want to have my own style.
Right, and I can't have drawings that look like Disney characters or anime characters or
and if
like,
anybody compares your stuff to those things, then it's like you've lost the game.
Yeah, you are devastated when someone says, "Oh, this reminds me of that." Like, it used to bother me so much, and now it's like it's more like a compliment. It's like, oh,
it's like, oh, you recognize that. It's like, so you recognize that, and so you understand where I'm coming from and what one of my influences are. So
a style is less of a conscious decision than just the natural accumulation of the things that have influenced you. It just kind of snowballs into, and because it's influenced by, like, the more things you're influenced by, the more things are going to conglomerate, congeal together to form what your quote unquote style is, or inform it. And so you might be like pulling from, like, we're exposed to so much media now. You're probably pulling from all kinds of different places, and it just kind of is a natural. Yeah, it's an organic thing. It's not like, young artists tend to agonize over like, what's my style? How am I going to develop my style? It's like, you already have one. You just start drawing, and that's your style. Like, it's there. It's already there. I assure you. You can lean into it and like take bits and pieces of it and like emphasize those more than other parts or something to like conscientiously distinguish it. But yeah, it's much more of a just like this. It's just the formula of like what you grew up on. Chris Bayless says, "Howdy, I'm new to the fan base of Lackadaisy, but I really love what I'm seeing. Hey, welcome. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Check out the Discord if you haven't yet. There's lots of cool people there."
Yeah, you can, if you have Spotify Premium, then you can listen to what I'm listening to without either of us getting dinged by the YouTube cops. Look at this posing to Rocky here at the end. He's going, "Thank you," and at the end here he's like, "My girlish heart." I'll refine that one a little bit more.
Emily Zoo says, "Do everything and be unique at the same time." Well, I mean, there really is no such thing as unique. It's just like how well you have borrowed something else and combined it with other things you have borrowed, and then it becomes unique. It's still influenced by like a million different things, but it's still you can't create art in a vacuum. You can't just like invent something out of nowhere. It's always derivative. It's just, how well you disguise it or lean into the quirks to make it really
the things you hate about your work might be what other people love about it.
Right, like the flaws. When you start ironing out the flaws, often you'll find that like your work looks more generic.
Oh my god, no, it literally happens every time my technical skill increases. My my aesthetic skill does not catch up until like a little while afterwards. So I'll have like stiffer work up until like I get used to it, and when I get used to it, I'm shorthanding it again. So like I'm taking the technical skills and I'm abstracting them once again. So I always have this like staggering like graph, like going up and down, up and down, up and down, but like all going up really of like ability, but technical skill and aesthetic, like aesthetic and abstraction, like those things don't necessarily always line up. The more you practice, the quicker you can like escalate that stuff. But also, like, I think as you go on as an artist, like, you'll find that, like, your achievements, your technical achievements, like, tend to kind of like level off after a while, and they'll keep growing because like if you like pretty much any medium, like you can work at it for like decades and find more stuff to learn, but your growth when you start out is just different than when you're like 10 years in. So that's one reason why you see a lot of artists like eventually just all start to kind of like lean into the abstract. It's because at a certain point it's like boring to just have the technical skill and not like
it seems like everybody, almost everybody,
Yeah.
starts out with like, well, if you're doing cartoony stuff, it's like, well, the best style is Disney or the best style is anime, so you have to learn to draw that, and then you like go into this phase later on where it's like, oh well, the best artists are the ones who could do like photorealistic paintings and things. So you're trying to do that, and like, I don't know. Maybe that was
like,
just me.
I feel like the internet is like in love with concept artists as well. So
Yeah.
that's like an entry point.
I don't think they
into
realize how
some
much photo
abstraction.
bashing concept artists do.
Yeah.
And then they sit there and like struggle to try to paint like that, and they're frustrated because they can't. It's like, guys, they're bashing photos and using like extremely specialized brushes. And
concept work is you have to do a lot of stuff on a tight deadline. And
it's you have to do it. You have to produce these like gorgeous, like lushly detailed entire set pieces, like 5 of them a week or some ridiculous thing. And it's like you cannot just hand paint all that. It just doesn't work. So
I think largely the reason why concept work looks really good is because actually it is very abstracted, because they're churning out stuff. So the photo bashing along with like very light,
like I don't mean
work,
to
like, make some good stuff.
I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. Like you have to have a really good sense of composition, of color theory, of light. You have to understand light, and you have to be able to use the software effectively to make it look like a painting. So it is a extremely specialized skill set, but it's still they're not hand painting all that stuff.
No,
by and large,
no.
Unless it's like a
Seeing on Lackadaisy chit chat on the Discord, they're talking about like what would happen if Victor and Nico worked together, and they also feel is like they would travel the. It's like this one guy says like, I want them to travel the world and go on adventures. I'm like, yeah, me too.
Victor's too tired for adventures. He just wants to just let him sit down and play chess or something.
Would Nico play chess?
I think he'd be willing to learn. Like,
he's a competitive
Nico
guy.
Actually, he's not like.
He's not stupid.
Nico enjoys a good nap, much like
Nico
any cat
knows
would,
how to relax. Like he's living his
does.
best life. It's like him and Seraphine have figured something out, and in a big way, it feels like when I read them, I'm like, those are the two healthiest people in the comic.
Well, Seraphine's definitely the more ambitious one, but Nico, like he's definitely got like he's got that like athleticism and energy that comes with youth, but I think he's also like kind of like he'd be cool with like just hanging out in a hammock out back with a drink and take a nap in the sunshine. And
Nico cheating at chess. I mean, he'd fuck with him, I'm sure, but I feel like Victor would notice that. He's not stupid. Katie Wood says, I'm so glad I learned to draw. Now I can make infinite shit posts. Luce Verma says,
meanwhile, Aaron Kennedy's like, thank fuck I can't draw. Yeah, I feel you.
Luce Verma, Nico is not a himbo, confirmed. Yes, no, Nico actually is smart.
He's not, he'd have to be a little stupider to be a himbo, I think.
He'd have to have
with
like,
gooey cake,
he'd have to have stuck with boxing as his like main career. Then maybe he'd be there.
I guess, I mean, if you get punched in the head enough, then maybe, but then you just end up with like TBI and issues.
He might actually be angrier. That like causes like mood swings and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes. If what happens to a lot of football players,
very
boxers,
unfortunate condition.
Yeah, not good. Don't gather up the concussions like trophies.
Don't gather up concussions like Rocky. It's a bad idea.
Right. Find a different thing to collect, like coins or stamps or something. Aaron says characters from Lackadaisy I would drink with: Rocky, Nico, and Victor. I think you'd be good with Nico and Victor. Rocky, I don't think.
Rocky and alcohol would not mix.
No, don't give him alcohol.
It's not going to be fun, basically.
No,
you won't have a fun Rocky. Fun Rocky is sober.
Yep. Don't give Rocky depressants.
Yeah, don't give Rocky depressants. He doesn't need to relive his shit. He just sit there and just starts morosing about one particular.
He's gonna go to the dark place if you give him liquor. Yeah.
You give him liquor and he's like, yeah, I got a funny story about this one guy who we I was on the side of the road and trying to thumb a ride and I was with this guy and. He said that if I beat him at cards and and it just starts to go downhill. The story is not funny at all. It's just really sad. And just as it keeps going, he just starts to get grimmer and grimmer as he gets lower and lower in his cup.
Nox says I would drink with Mitzi, but she would instantly outdrink me. She's Yeah, she went up against Wick, but Wick won, I think. She tried. Crewmate Cat says Zib seems like a drinker. I mean, Zib is kind of like a little bit of everything.
Zib's personality, his interests, his addictions, is a little bit of everything.
He's addicted to being addicted to things.
I saw in the fan chat on the Discord that people were saying oh, I don't know that Zib would be actually really good with the ladies. He seems like he's a simp for Mitzi, and I read that I was just oh my god. It's a fun idea. It's a fun idea. It's an I would like to know how they got into that interpretation, but
that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think that's quite what's going on with Zib, but
no. Pining a bit, maybe, but, that was his mistake.
He's nostalgic for something different from what Mitzi is nostalgic for.
Zib is a simp confirmed? No. Denied. No.
Nah.
I don't think Zib's a simp for anybody. Not even himself.
Definitely not himself.
No, absolutely not. No, the
Zib's popular with not just with the ladies, but
yes, Fizzy Dizzy, you are correct. Rocky is the simp, guys. There's one simp.
Yeah,
it's Rocky.
Yeah. But even him, it's not really. It's not about romance exactly. It's not I don't know. Hard to explain without giving a lot away. So let you guys have your interpretation. I'm going to stay out of the conversation.
Well, you and me have had our discussions on that one.
Yeah,
and it's a bit complicated, but also
Simon says, "Is Zib asexual?" No. No, far from that. He is He plays all the positions.
I think the phrase nowadays would be pan or bi.
Pan would be probably more fitting, but
yeah. He has a type, and the body is not the type.
Mm.
Oh, come on, YouTube. Bisexual is not a bad word. Come on.
Oh, YouTube tried to...
Yeah, YouTube tries to flag a lot of things.
YouTube.
Aaron Kennedy says, what is Rocky's orientation? He seems a little flamboyant at times.
I mean,
Luciferma says Rocky put her on a pedestal or has an ideal thought of her. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely idealizes her, but it's also about him needing to be needed more than it is, I think, about. I think he probably finds Mitzi physically attractive, but I don't think that's his motivation here.
It wouldn't be the main drive.
No.
It's not like he wouldn't check out girls because, oh, I'll be cheating on Mitzi. It's not, no. It's nothing like that. Or would he? I don't know. You can.
I don't think. It would be more about his loyalty to the cause here, and the cause superficially is, save Mitzi, but the cause is really save himself from himself. So
yeah. But yeah, Rocky's orientation. I mean, he's straight.
He's I don't know, what do you call it when you're just like attracted to sugary things?
Does that make Mitzi the sweetest lady he knows?
Yeah, she is very sweet to him. Condescendingly sweet, but
yeah.
He'll take it.
Oh, Nox says, we have two variants of a comic of him, Wick, and Freck making inappropriate comments to passing women, so he's at least into women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's, But I also think that was more of like a get with the boys, and there's like this performative aspect to it, where it's like you're kind of different than what you actually really are like.
It's like, I know there's sort of a canon to that on Rocky, but also I feel like he's the kind of character who you could read a lot of different things into.
Mm.
Because there's really nothing about how he do that feels exclusive to anything. Not that any range of behaviors is exclusive to anything, but I don't know. I'm non-binary, and sometimes I like see a person, I'm like, they get really strong non-binary energy. It's like if you recognize something there.
Graver says Seraphina's pimp energy for sure.
Yeah. She's better than you.
John Higa says, that mean Rocky has several cavities and will lose his teeth if he makes it to 40? I mean, back then, people you'd have dentures by the time you were 60 years old, probably. But, I mean, dental care was not they didn't have fluoride treatments and fluoridated water. People's teeth were pretty fucked up, but by an early age. But, I think the more immediate threat is him getting his teeth punched out by any number of friends and foes.
The friends will punch him first. I'm getting way too overboard on this note.
You're basically
enjoying animating really. Like, oh, sorry, B. I just really like to animate.
And Graver says, woman commands a room along with people in it, probably. Yeah, Seraphine's got some charisma there that she likes to wield. A sort of presence, I guess is. Simon says, which animated clip is your fave draw on? Do you mean what software?
Or the favorite clip that we put out.
Oh,
This is a note. Yeah, Nox, this is me really going overboard. I really like to animate, you see? So, one reason I don't do animated notes for the crew that often, besides just, wanting them to express it themselves, and I generally like to give them a written or just a single frame drawn note. I tend not to give them an animated note unless there's something very specific to the acting that I cannot convey any other way. But the other reason is that I really love animating, and so if I do an animated note, I will get sucked into it, and so I'm trying to keep this really loose, just to stop myself from going too far.
Yeah, Seraphine's poses are very, like, Marlene Dietrich inspired. If you've ever seen that woman in a suit, you might get what I mean. Sugar, does that mean Rocky is sugar romantic? Yeah.
Well, they're like, like I said, I mean, there is this one comic. Do you know how hard it was to doodle even this sketch without making it seem awful? And it still seems awful.
I mean, he's about to make out with the seat because there's sugar on it, so.
I definitely need to finish this comic.
Glucosexual. Nice. Fizzy Dizzy says, "Oh wait, they're doing notes. I thought they were straight up animating too." I mean, at this point,
Yeah.
it's bled over from doing
I have a problem.
animation notes to doing animation.
But
it's in this particular case, we want Rocky to act in a very specific way, and sometimes it's hard to communicate that to the animators without just really digging into the actual movement you're looking for here. A single drawing doesn't really cut it. Fox in Space says, "Can't wait for this." Oh, hey, thank you. That means a lot. Nox says, "You know you have a lot of newer fans in here. Probably not everyone has seen your..."
I'm just letting you know that it's live to YouTube. Okay. Sorry, my new roommate walked in, Steph.
Hi.
Hi, Steph.
Yeah. Tracy says hi. Internet also says hi. Oh, it's a Fox in Space. Hi, Fox in Space. I know your stuff. Hey, I saw you switch to Blender recently, dude. The new take, freaking solid, man. I'm like so proud to see you found something that's like a little easier to work with, because I've seen your process, dude. Oh, it's so painstaking. So I'm just really excited to see that you jumped to Blender.
Nox is suggesting you show everybody the pancake animation.
Okay, 1 second.
Because I don't think
I'll
everyone
do
here has
that.
seen it.
I think if you donate, you can see it, but don't do that. I'm not saying do that. Here, let me I gotta open it up. Yeah, the pancake animation is based off of a drawing that our character concept artist, like who did the first round of designs, did this drawing that just freaking made me die, so I had to animate it. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, Fox in Space says, thanks at lunch. Blender just started getting super good in the past 12 months. Oh, yeah, no, they switched up the UI entirely in, like, what was it? 2019. And because of that, we were, like, it was just so much easier to use, and, like, they've improved the tools so much that we've actually integrated it into our production as well. Like, the cars, the guns, the shovel, you know, anything like that, they're all, like, 3D props, with, like, unique shaders and everything. Because we're like, we're not having people draw that.
Did our layout work in there, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so much of it has been reliant on 3D tools. It's been integral to being able to pull this off.
I'm rather proud of how that tower of pancakes, like, just leaps into his mouth.
He just wills the pancakes into his mouth. Yeah.
Those are pretty good looking pancakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like really fluffy. Golden.
It's just an infinite wormhole of pancakes.
Why? False bottom on the plate. Yeah, there's like a pancake machine beneath the plate that's just like rocketing them up.
It does look a little bit like Freckle is like summoning the pancakes.
If he could, it might have kept Rocky out of trouble. Or, no.
He's a sugarmancer.
Sugarmancer.
Never-ending pancakes to the tune of never-ending story. And I'm gonna have that stuck in my head. Yeah, pancakes are like, yeah, they're pretty dense. If they're not like, especially if you make them with like ready mix and stuff, they come out pretty thick, and it's hard to eat more than a couple of them.
Yeah, I love pancakes, but I usually eat like no more than 4.
Yeah, I can't really eat a lot of pancakes. Like a. cause of death, pancakes. That'd be a confusing thing to have on your death certificate.
That's how he wanted to go.
Chris Connie, hey Chris, says, what if there was a cast-wide pancake eating contest? Thanks for the donation.
Clint would win.
I mean, there's really no question who would
Clint
win.
Would win. Clint would win.
Clint would win.
Yeah. Nobody can beat Clint. Sorry. I've seen him demolish pie. And I have video footage of him winning a pie eating contest, and he, like, the other contestants stop eating because they're suffering too much, and they start rooting for him in order to stop their suffering, so they don't have to keep doing the pie eating contest.
Yeah, I think there's something about some people who win those like eating contests are just like skinny people. They're just like they don't normally eat that much, but they have like some kind of they lack some kind of pain response that I think other people get more readily from like overeating or something. It's kind of just like a weird, I don't know if it's a congenital anomaly or something.
I discovered kind of a fun mask shape on Rocky, basically. I'm noticing, like, another way to shorthand that mask shape.
Porter says, yeah, I'm barely 100 pounds, but 5'8", and I can eat a 14-inch pizza. Wow, yeah, I cannot do that. Fox of Space says, that's every time I see a hot dog eating contest, it's some little skinny dude that just owns the whole thing. Yep. Simon says, can one of you give me advice about drawing bodies? I can only draw heads. It's okay if you don't want to. It's a little hard to give advice in like spoken dialogue, but I would suggest doing gesture drawings, like just use stick figures even to quickly like find some YouTube videos of people in motion, like doing martial arts or dance or something, and pause the video intermittently and just like do a quick sketch, like stick figure sketch of what you're, like the pose you're seeing, and try to get a feel for, someone mentioned line of action here. Yeah, Emily did. Emily says it's always easier to draw bodies with a gesture line or line of action. Yeah, if you kind of like, probably the best thing to do would be to Google image search line of action to see what I'm talking about. But yeah, the strongest gestures generally can be averaged out into like a single line of action that communicates like the angle of motion, the direction of motion, the nature of the motion, how chaotic it is, how energetic it is, or how non-energetic it is, and often it kind of follows the head down the spine.
I just build everything out of primitives. Stick figure it.
Yeah, right.
Build it out of cubes and spheres and cylinders.
Right, right. And then on top of like
cylinders, you can draw anything.
On top of your stick figure, you can kind of then break things down into break forms down into basic shapes like cylinders and boxes and spheres, and if you can understand how to draw those in space, so that they have, even though it's 2D space, you're like kind of lending them a sense of three-dimensionality, then you can pretty much draw anything. It's just like the combination of line of action and the rhythm and flow of something, plus the understanding of the the volumes that it's comprised of. So I'd say like look at construction drawing, look at line of action. There's tons of tutorials out there. I would just start Googling around. I know Proko, Proko, is a pretty popular channel here on YouTube for like drawing instruction stuff. It's the first one that comes to mind, but there's tons of them. Mean Queen says, I've been a longtime fan of your comic and Mordecai is hot.
Truth.
Well, I will let him know you said so. I'm sure he will not be amused, but I will accept the compliment on his behalf. Thank you.
Reading.
Yeah.
Like, Mordecai, did you know someone thinks you're attractive? Continues to read newspaper.
You just slowly close the door in my face.
He wouldn't even open the door. He would just know what you were saying. You like shouted through the door. There's no response. You're not even sure if he's awake. The truth is he heard you. He just didn't care.
Yeah. It's very much like a cat to
Yeah.
do that, yes. He knows you're talking to him. He's not responding. Katie says, Fable, I just want to say that these notes are looking very tasty indeed. I envy the ability to convey such energetic movements with so few frames.
Oh, well, I mean, if I did more. I mean, like I said, I'm already overdoing it. Because, like, you can see the animator's work underneath here. Let me just...
Jeffrey Wilson says, as in the concept or the site, I use the site line of action for gesture reference. I'm talking about the concept in general. The artistic concept line of action is a principle of, just figure drawing, animation, any kind of comic drawing where you're drawing a character in motion or, you want line of action applies.
What do you say?
Apparently there is
I completely checked out. I was listening.
Oh, I was answering Jeffrey. Apparently there's a website called Line of Action for gesture reference. But I was referring to the principle, not to the specific website. But that's cool. Okay. So it's cool to know. So I can maybe point people there for reference. Aaron says most dateable character.
Depends what you need.
Most dateable. Yeah, it really depends on what you're looking for, I suppose.
Do you want money? Man. What's your taste? You tell me. I can't tell you who's the most dateable. That depends on your subjective desires. We could say who's the least dateable.
Yeah. Most eligible bachelor. I don't know.
The Nick Knox says the only smart choice of partner is Lacey. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, if you want normalcy, Wick is in the ballpark of normal. At least.
Do you want a rich nerd?
If you want to see your life flash before your eyes, I don't know, maybe ask Rocky out.
You might see his life flash before his eyes. Somebody asked? What?
If you want some, like, very wholesome, guilt-addled hand-holding, maybe Freckle, Says the duck, the ghost duck. Oh yeah, definitely date the ghost duck.
The ghost duck is a caring, loving partner. As we all know.
Cinnamon Pumpkin says, "What about Virgil?" Yeah.
You need a can opened?
I mean, if you bring the can, he's got the can opener, so it's a date. The cactus, yes. See ya, Porter. Jeffrey Wilson says, as subjective as the word normalcy can be. Maybe I should have said within legal bounds, or like, probably not quite as criminal as some of the other dates you might end up on. Simon says, "Can y'all introduce yourself to new people like me?" Sure. I'm Tracy. I am the creator of Lackadaisy.
I'm Fable.
And
I draw the cat real good.
Yeah, I draw cats. Cartoon cat.
I'm the director of the animated
Cat Comics
short.
is my game. And Fable is directing the animated film. Yeah, this Fable is technically doing animation notes now, but kind of animating also. Fable's also an animator. So
the acting note is so extensive that, like, one reason I'm even breaking it down is so that B just doesn't have to interpret 2 or 3 drawings or just a sentence as, oh, do that. It's like, just, you know. But I intend to get to actual, like, I want to do birthday gifts. Like, I want to do some birthday gifts I owe.
yeah. Katie says, "I just need a man that can open the damn pickle jar for me." Then Victor's probably your guy. He'll do that for you at least.
Ah. Hi.
Nova says, "Rocky may be batshit crazy, but I bet he would be quite romantic with poetry and music." I mean, yeah, he could serenade you and write you lots of poems. It might be a bit much. Depends on.
Oh my god.
Depends on your tolerance
now you have
level.
me thinking, okay, so you know when you're a kid and you're like, you write notes to your crush or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, him at that age writing notes to his crush would probably be like some
God.
poor girl just getting buried in paper. It's like, it's not clear if he's like more into her or more into writing the poetry.
Probably the latter, yeah, but
it's like, it's almost just an excuse. Probability Fable just finishes this and gives the animator a different scene. 0. I do have other things I have to do. I can stop.
Fable is currently doing the job of like 12 people at this
Yeah.
moment in time, so it's hard to.
Aaron says, "Oh no, I think Rocky is my type. God help me."
My condolences.
So, he's a disaster artist? Fair. Okay. Rocky's love letter to the Mississippi River is the most tantalizing love story. Yeah, we had a lot of discussions on, like, breaking down interpretations of different sentences and stuff when we were going over read-throughs of that with Mike, because in order for him to, like, express it in a way that, like, kind of conveys the emotion of the scene, it's like, it's more than just saying the poetry, it's also putting some feeling into it, like the little implications, like the way you say something can imply so much. So, like, we had a lot of conversations with Mike about just that. We've done recordings on the poem, like, what, 3 times now?
Yeah, 3 or 4.
3 or 4 times. Not because Mike was bad or anything, but just because like our like as we were putting like the poetry to visuals, like we were finding that we needed like a slightly different take to just like have the emotion and the sentence and the scene all like work together really strongly. So like as we would make changes to the boards, we would actually have to have him like come in and like change his annotation on something, because poetry is just like so sensitive to the environment like that. No, Nova says, I'd totally date Rocky, and Nox says, I tell you what, Nova, we'll tell your boyfriend to emulate Rocky exactly. You can tell us how it goes. That would last about 15 minutes. Just goes and gets a blowtorch. Don't let him cook. Crewmate Cat says, I'd say Mordecai, I like his calmness, but Zib seems like my dang doppelganger.
Katie says, I think I'm dating some terrifying lanky mix of Wick and Zib with a mathematics obsession. Interesting mix. Fizzy says, would Rocky write even more letters after getting rejected? I think he might. Yeah, I mean, he might use art to process his feelings in the aftermath, yeah, just for himself. But
I'm just thinking it was like middle school Rocky would just be the most painful thing ever.
Oh god, he'd be so cringe, yeah.
Oh no.
It's just a good thing TikTok didn't exist then. Ando says, how was doing sketch Tracy and Fable? Are you asking who's doing the drawing? Right now Fable is doing animation notes. But is going to do some birthday drawings for crew members here shortly, I think. Will there ever be a Lackadaisy middle school AU? Oh my god. Lackababies?
Oh. Oh my god. Chris submitted $3 again. Thank you, Chris. And said, what if 2020 Lackadaisy's Rocky still tried to do rum running, but instead just stole booze from others? What is he like, giving booze to kids? Is that what's going on? I was like,
that's how he tries.
I'm older than 21. I'll make a
The only way you can get anyone to hang out with him is if he brings booze. Just,
oh
like,
god, that'd be so
to
sad. Like coming to the high school parties with like alcohol in tow. It's like, and I was just like, "How old are you?" 22. Okay. What are you doing here? Aren't you in college? It's like, just take the booze.
Chris Connie says, I mean, Pi already has the Booze Cats daycare. What?
Oh, it's something the fans have been doing, I think.
Do I want to know?
It's a big drawing.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Emily says, coffee shop AU? That'd be cute and wholesome. We kind of figured in like 2020 they'd be like a dispensary. Maybe insurance salespeople.
Because the
You
place
need the
that
insurance
inspired
because
the
Rocky.
Lackadaisy Cafe was now like an insurance sales place.
Oh yeah, the building that I base the cafe design on is an insurance place, a health insurance place right now. Which I mean, if you had Rocky around, you'd pretty much need that anyway. So. It adds up. Aaron says, would Rocky like the Beatles or the Stones more? Good question.
He into something eclectic.
I think he'd like.
I'm sure.
I think he'd like the Beatles would probably appeal to him because he would like the silly, sappier stuff they did in their earlier careers, but then he'd really love the experimental, weird, poetic shit they got into in the late 60s. Says these streams will be saved, right? Yeah, it'll be up on the channel here afterwards. Sure, Rocky doesn't qualify as an act of God, says Citizen Zombie. Yeah, then insurance won't cover it. Aaron says, how about the Doors? Eh. I think the Doors were a time and a place. You kind of had to be there. I don't know. It might be my own bias speaking though, but I've just I always kind of thought the Doors were overrated.
Excuse me.
Echo Yui says, would Rocky like the Bee Gees, like the song, because we're living in a world of fruits? Would he like the Bee Gees? I don't know. I mean, if it was the 70s and disco was all the rage. Or... I can see him enjoying it. He does. I don't think he wouldn't be anybody who's like strictly one genre of music. He's like, even in the 20s, I think he'd enjoy like folk music, fiddle, like Irish traditional songs. He'd like classical Vivaldi,
to any
like
one medium himself, even.
Jazz, jazz violin. Yeah, I mean, like he's not. He'd just be like, yeah, he's kind of all over the place, mentally and artistically. He just anything you can use to express yourself, he's into it. Nova says, what's in Rocky's mouth? A lot of teeth. Oh, do you mean in the scene here? Because Fable keeps drawing a circle. That's like just the muzzle representation.
Yeah, that's basically his nose. I'm shorthanding him.
Yeah, it's that like construction drawing thing. Like... Cinnamon says, "What's Victor's favorite music genre? No music at all." He has like a he isn't like noise. He definitely does not like the banjo hour that Ivy makes him listen to. And I don't think he particularly enjoys the jazz music that would be playing at the speakeasy. He just kind of tolerates it and cherishes the moments when no one is talking at him or playing loud noises at him. Likes the purr of a car engine. Nox says Rocky would listen to There Might Be Giants. He definitely would listen to There Might Be Giants. Yeah. Or They Might Be Giants. Neko Yui Singer says, "I want to see Gothic Rocky." You mean like Rocky as a goth kid, or like Gothic horror, like Gothic, or? And Grave Raider says, "Y'all are a great distraction from the mixing." Ah, what are you making now?
Now I want to see the mixing. Now I really want to see the mixing. I'm gonna be honest. I really liked watching that. That was a fun day.
Aw, just a little love says poem. Fable, you're the story that I really adore. Please continue to draw some more. Aw.
Huh? What?
Someone gave us a super chat. Thank you.
Someone poemed at me?
Awfully sweet.
What is this?
Yeah, someone's poeming at you.
The fuck? Huh?
Might be Rocky, I don't know.
Tracy, don't let him.
Ghost says, "She's making stuff I'm gonna eat later."
Yeah. Tracy, Fable, who are your favorite characters to draw / animate? Rocky's pretty fun. Just across the board.
After all these years,
Yeah.
I still enjoy drawing Rocky. It depends on my mood. Sometimes when you're kind of, I don't know, vibing with a certain character, or you can relate to a certain character's general outlook more on a given day than another. It's like easier to draw them. It feels more genuine and authentic, and it's coming from like when you have to like draw a character in a mood or something that like just totally mismatches how you're feeling at the moment. It's a little bit of a struggle. I feel like there's this aspect to drawing them that's like acting as well as just rendering something, where you can kind of feel what they're feeling, and that improves the art, or just it turns out artwork that, at least to me, it feels more authentic.
I can vibe with this feel right now. Is like struggling to make the thing perfect. It's like, please clap.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, when you have to like draw a character who's just like someone like say requests a drawing of, you know, a character who's outrageously happy and excited or something, and you're feeling like shit at the moment, it's like hard to hard to conjure up the associated feelings. But then sometimes like the doing the drawing can change your mood too. So I don't know. Sometimes they start to coalesce. Neko says, I just want to hug Rocky and keep him and give him a popsicle. He would be down for that.
He'd be easy to please,
Hugs.
nothing else.
Hugs and popsicles, yeah, that's pretty much.
What I've said is like juice box and animal crackers.
She's
you can occupy it for as long as those
popsicle
things
every now
last.
and then. Yeah.
This whole thing is ridiculous. It's like, maybe if I get it at a better angle, it'll look better.
Oh, hey, Santiago. Thank you. Gracias. AZ says, I wonder, does Ivy have marksman skills with the Springfield 1903? Anti-stormtrooper aim, perhaps? She can shoot a target. She can't... she's familiar with guns just by proximity of, and she's, like, on her school rifle team, but,
We actually had a lot of discussions about
it's
how much
rather different, like,
sharpshooting...
different... Huh?
We had a lot of discussions about how much sharpshooting she would do in the short.
Oh,
even.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were parts where things were quite... It was a different arrangement before, where she... Yeah, there's a kind of a car chase bit that she was more of a shooter at that point in time, but we kind of changed that around just because
it was
becoming
a lot to fit.
too chaotic, too much animation, too many things happening all at once, and we kind of had to like...
We also kind of wanted some clarity to the characters. Like, there's a lot of details of the characters that you can't quite get into in the short. We have to imply. So, but also... Ivy's not that great a driver, so, like, her focusing on driving would mean that she couldn't then shoot while she was doing that. It was just, it would be too difficult for her.
It was a very fast-paced scene with characters moving around inside a small car, all of them doing different things. It was, like, just becoming impossible to communicate, like, what was happening, so we had to, like, single it down to, like, okay, she's driving. She's the driver. That's, like, all she can handle right now. Which is a lot anyway, but Luce says, so if you feel like a sweet and condescending femme fatale, you draw Mitzi. I mean, a little bit. No, it's more like if I'm feeling sentimental and wistful and reminiscing about the past, or just a little sad.
Those aggravating thoughts of, like, times when you were, like, managing people. And just like...
Yeah, that too, yes. Exasperated by having to, keep a team moving in a singular direction.
Yeah. I find myself increasingly relating to two characters in the comic as things have gone on. Mitzi and Zib. Like collapses a pile of laundry on the floor, and that's like, and then go to sleep. Yeah, I've done that multiple times during this.
Katie says, would Mordecai ever cuss, or is his vocabulary just too powerful to succumb to such vulgarity?
He has cussed.
He has.
Yeah.
He kind of more like under his breath to himself. He's he would consider it crass to just, let loose a bunch of curse words in conversation with somebody, but he would certainly curse to himself under his breath. Almost like self reproach. Really, like, God damn it, I fucked this up, sort of thing, Jack DC Cole says, I saw your voice actors video regarding the concept of animated series. Have you heard of Vivsy Pop? Yes, of course.
Yes. No.
Maybe if you could partner up with Vivs. No, we can't do that.
However, I did work on Has-Been Hotel.
Yeah, Fable did work on Has-Been, and
Yeah.
we have people on crew who have straddled various different projects, including things that Vivsy does. So, animators and
I worked on a lot of different
and
projects. Like I most of my career has been on studio projects, but I've been on different indie projects. Has-Been's one of them. Had a good time with that.
It was people who do this kind of like freelance work it's a specialized skill set. There's a limited number of them, so you'll kind of find that a lot of them are involved in a lot of different animation projects right now. So, So while this is its own thing, we have people who have worked on Has-Been and Hell of a Boss.
Yeah, we have a lot of animators even right now who are currently who also do.
Yeah, some of them are doing both at once. Yeah, so
like my understanding is like Mel Mrazek, she's also on Helava and like animated a bunch of like that heavenly deer character.
I think Mookie said he was
Helava.
doing.
Yeah.
I think Boogie said he was doing Helava now too, and
is he? I thought he applied at least.
We have cleanup artists. Huh. I think he said he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then cleanup artists, background artists, compositors. Like a lot of these people have done voice actors. Like I mean, there's just like some overlap.
I mean, heck, like the guy playing Rocky actually was Angel Just's voice actor, so there's a lot of crossover because like when I was like looking to staff, I pull for some of like the early positions, like I was pulling from people that I knew, and then I would talk to them also and be like, do you know anybody else who'd be good for a position? Like, and they basically like give the heads up to like a ton of different people who would then give the heads up to a ton of different people. So, basically anybody.
Everybody kind of knows each other. It's like there's a lot of people doing a lot of cool stuff right now, but there is a lot of like it is a fairly small world unto itself, and so there a lot of people know a lot of the other people doing all these things. So just a little love says, I'm not Rocky, but I am flattered you like it. Well, thank you again for the super chat. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
All of those funds go toward paying crew for things, paying our editors and sound people and Ghost says, what's your favorite thing about this project so far?
The friends we made along the way.
Yeah, we keep saying Lackadaisy is the friends we made along the way, which is only partly tongue-in-cheek. It's like kind of true. Like, I am really enjoying... I usually, like, Lackadaisy for so long has just been completely solo project. And so it's pretty new to have other artists with their hands on it, and as nervous as I was about that, it's been like wonderful and a great privilege to see what other people do with these characters. And I mean, I swear some of them draw the characters like far better than I do at this point. So it's just really cool. So yeah, that part I think is and the people I've met and got to know. I've gotten to know Fable quite well. I've gotten to know Newt a lot better. Just some really awesome people. Yeah. That I've been able to work with on this, so that's been like a special treat for me.
You get to have your
anyway. I'll let you answer.
The people in your head like finally have their own voices now.
Yeah,
It must be
it's
weird.
kind of surreal. It is weird,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like to see them kind of realized in that way. It's like, oh god, they exist. Oh no, we can't put them back in a bottle now.
I was actually remembering, like,
They've broken free.
as we were working on the script and the cast was filling out, like, how much easier it felt to write them when I could hear their voices in my head. Like, if what I was writing, like, if I could picture that person actually saying it, like, that, like, it felt easier to, like, work. So it was like I don't know, so I'm always working in, like, an auditory medium as well. Like, animation, like, we don't tend to talk about it this way, but, like, animation, like, for me, when I'm, like, doing this kind of, like, character acting, and, like, I like thinking about, like, how the character is speaking and, like, how that implies some acting, and that implies the drawings, and just, I don't know, it's like I get really sucked into that. Just a little love. $5. Thank you. Poem. Lackadaisy, a world with cats galore, a place with amazingly enchanted lore. The only thing I can't comprehend is why I never want the fun to end. Aw. That's adorable.
You don't have to super chat us for that. We'll read your comment anyway. Like, I feel bad. You're like you're giving us
Don't
gift
discourage
poems,
them.
but also
It
yeah,
goes towards the funds. Tracy,
we should be like throwing a tip in your hat instead of you giving us money to.
Well, we do appreciate it. Like, it all goes towards production. So.
Yeah, no, we do. Thank you.
Like, those comic dubs, like, that, it's especially needed for the comic dub material, because we try to pay everybody fairly.
And Grave Rider says, does Mordecai wear a double holster for symmetry? Yes, I think it would just bother him having a weapon only on one side. It's a little bit.
Me. It'd be like.
But he's also like over prepared for everything too, so. I think he probably would get made fun of by the other gangsters make fun of him for carrying two identical weapons. But well, they're not identical actually. One's a left-handed weapon, but yeah, I think the others in his cohorts would find him a little bit silly for it. But
he has
he's
two
made
guns.
Use of it. Yeah, he carries a M1911 on the left and right, and he used it to trick. Thinking he had disarmed him, but he hadn't.
Oh,
so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be off balance. It'd be annoying.
Yeah.
Jack D. Cole says, I want to cuddle Freckles' face. Yes, you precious boy. Precious murder muffin.
Fizzy says, so there's lots of has-been crew members. How many people from the Warriors community work on Lackadaisy? Yeah, there's a lot of overlap with that, too.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So I saw on Twitter, somebody had posted, was like, when I put out the call for animators, somebody on Twitter posted a gif of that woman walking on all fours who can, like, gallop like a horse everywhere. And their tweet was
Horse girl.
Warriors cats animators when Lackadaisy starts. And I was like, you're right,
they
though.
Galloping in, yeah.
You're right, though. Look,
yep,
they animate cats really
animators.
good. We need some well animated cats. So who else are you gonna call?
Yep.
This is where the budget goes, is towards all
we shown the cat signal into the sky, and they came out of the alleyways.
Meowing, hissing.
Jack DC Cole says, I think you have a solid concept for a show. Feels like the backdrop of Great Gatsby, some elements of Breaking Bad, and the tone of Quentin Tarantino meets Cats Don't Dance. Interesting.
Don't forget Arrested Development.
We might quote you on that when we have to go pitch this thing around.
You wanna write that one, screenshot that, and put that in fan stuff.
Yeah. I will.
Simon says, can you stop reading chat for a minute? I feel bad for you to read too many comments. It's okay if you want to read. Well, like, I'm drawing and Tracy's the one who's reading out the comments, so...
Yeah,
like, earlier when Tracy wasn't here, I actually wasn't talking to chat quite so much. It's easier to talk to chat when, somebody is reading it off for you.
Nox says I still say he's going to carve an identical symbol into the other side of his chest. But only with a sterile instrument, not a cheese knife.
I'm just listening to you. Like, he's so... It's like you don't know it, but, like, there's this voice in the back of his head that's slowly increasing in volume throughout all those scenes. Just because, like, there's brie in my chest. They definitely embedded brie in my chest. There's no way that knife was clean enough. Like, I have to get disinfected. I have to disinfect. There's brie in my chest. Of the brie. I'm gonna be... I'm gonna be part brie. I can't have this. I don't even like brie.
He's got cheese particles in his bloodstream now. Oh no!
You can't stop thinking about it.
Does that make you part cheese at that point? Or... Ghost says I love that he has a left-handed weapon. Yeah, well, you don't want those hot shell casings hitting you in the face while you're shooting, so.
That would be really funny, though. Like, him realizing he needs to get a left-handed weapon. The first time he tries to use the gun on the right side.
Pretty immediately obvious that that's how.
Around, just getting flipped with bullet casings.
Yeah, those burn, and they fly fast too. It would not be pleasant to be smacked in the face with those, or hit your other arm or anything like that. Yeah, it's unpleasant. Penitent agent says shell casings down the shirt are way worse than in the face. Yeah, that would be a disaster. Nova said, did you guys set up a date to do the rest of the charity stream drawings? Not yet, no.
You should.
Yeah, we should do that. I gotta do a patron stream, shortly. And then we can schedule that after maybe early May.
Do we have the list of those somewhere?
It should be.
We do have that server, and so I haven't left the server, so I think everything is.
Yeah, the
there.
server is still there with the requests pasted into it that Newt was keeping track of, so we should have it. Loose Verma says, Mitzi would look so stylish in 1930s dresses, especially with the curves coming back into fashion. Yeah, body shape was back in style in the 30s, increasingly. Who's the best cook among the characters? I would have to say Nico and Seraphine are probably the best cooks. That might be
they have the best taste, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like Cajun and Creole cuisine is just the fucking best, so I mean.
Okay, who's a better cook though, Nico or Seraphine?
I think Nico probably better.
Yeah.
But Seraphine would adamantly.
That boy eats his Wheaties.
Aggressively fight me on that, so yeah. I think Seraphine probably like over spices, like she probably makes it too hot. Nico's just gets it just right. Aaron says, how far along would you say the project is? You seem to be making a lot of progress. Yeah, we are. We're getting close to... Let's see, rough animation is, I don't know, what percentage would you say?
God, I haven't
We've
done
got
an estimate lately.
Act
It might,
1,
it's
Act
maybe
2, Act...
I want to say about 60 to
There's still a lot of
75% done, maybe more.
there's still a
hard
lot of
for me
Act
to get
4.
a bead.
Act 4 left,
yeah.
the epilogue and the prologue are the
Yeah.
biggest chunks that still... But
Yeah.
there's a ton of cleanup going on for Act 1, 2, and 3 right now,
Yeah.
so those are being cleaned up and colored and lit.
Yeah, it's been moving along, so...
Yeah, compositing will begin around the start of May.
It's probably closer to 75% done. It's just that I always underestimate because I usually just count in my head like the finished scenes, not the mostly finished scenes, which are many. And then there's been a mix of like, there's been a pandemic which like put a huge drag on people's productivity, but also like we have a fair number of rough animators who are in college. So, they've had to, like, work this in around their college everything, which has been exceptionally hard. So...
Nox says, what about Nina? I mean, if you like corned beef and cabbage, which I do, but, yeah, I think she'd be a pretty decent cook. Nova says, how old are Nico and Seraphine? They're in their mid-20s, and Nico is older. Goes Big Brother. Dustingo says, does Rocky know how to make pancakes? Yes. I mean, it's not hard, except, I mean, it would be, like, he'd certainly catch something on fire in the process, and there'd be, like, pancake batter all over the goddamn place, but, yeah, he can do it. Just maybe don't let him, because it'll be a mess. It's just better to let Ivy handle that. Brianna says, hello, just got here. I think one of my classmates from SCAD works on your team. You guys went there, or how'd you find Rough Animators? Oh, we put out a call for animators, and Fable also knows.
We put out an APB looking like for cat animators.
Yeah, we put out a call for applications and, you know, demo reel submissions on Twitter a couple months after the Kickstarter ended. But also, yeah, like Fable has done studio work for years and knows a lot of animators. So I think you reached out to some of the people you had worked with before, like Avery and
I had some buddies. A lot of the storyboard artists are actually people I've worked with before.
And you knew Ashley from.
Yeah, I've just known Ashley in general for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I've known her first for her comics. She's, you know, knew her in DeviantArt, like, way back forever ago. And, she was actually, like, close buddies with some other friends of mine. And
Kelly, you know, from... Yeah. I don't know, I know you've known Kelly a long time, but I don't know where you guys first met, but...
Back in, like, 2012-ish, like, I had just... Like, I had left my job at one place, and, I was talking to different people, and I was chatting with Kelly, and, she was like another comic artist I knew, and I got in touch with her because I found out that she was in the area, and I was like, oh, hey, you want to get coffee? And she was like, sure. So, we started hanging out, and she actually let me know when 6 Point Harness, which is where she worked at the time that they were hiring, so I was able to get some work there, which was really nice of her to let me know about that. And yeah, so like Yeah, Kelly is both like an old friend and a work colleague, and she's like a very skilled storyboard artist. And Ashley, I've known for years, but I got to know her better through Kelly because they were actually friends. And then when Ashley was looking to leave the Navy, and she's been wanting like getting animation since she was younger, but she went into the Navy. She, you know, I said, oh, you know, we're looking for a roommate. You want to move in with us? She was like, sure. So actually, early on for this project, when we were, this was just going to be a pitch package. There was no animated anything. I asked Ashley to help me out with some of the pitch art because I needed like another artist to like bounce off of and help with certain things. She was enormously helpful, but she'd been studying animation and storyboarding and really like going gung-ho for storyboarding jobs. And she's just really good. I mean, like, her comic work is fantastic. Like, moving into storyboards was like very natural for her. She studied so much.
She's working at Disney now, right?
Yeah, so. She's working at Disney. She's moving on up.
Yeah.
She's on Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur now.
I know Kelly was doing Solar Opposites. What is she doing now? The same show, or?
I think she is. Last I heard, something very good I think happened, but I don't think I can talk about it yet.
Oh, okay. It's
yeah.
NDA.
Yeah.
I think I did hear about her getting a promotion of some kind, but I will say no more because I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So some of the people, Newt, who did our 3D models, was the community leader for the Lackadaisy Discord, and we were just like, yeah, hey, we need a 3D artist to start making some like reference models and stuff for us, and then it just like turned into our whole approach for handling cars and guns and everything.
I said early on, I was like, that I imagined this project from a very early time as integrating like a lot of 3D into it in order to like simplify props, vehicles, storyboarding, backgrounds, like just starting with 3D models at least allowed for like a lot of time saving in production.
Yeah, I don't think we could have done this without that. Certainly not the elaborate stuff we've been able to do. We would have been much more limited in scope if we had to like hand draw vehicles and things.
Oh god, how much longer it would take if we had to hand animate all the guns. Can you imagine all the notes just for guns? I was like, we're not doing this.
We would have been able to produce like 5 minutes of animation and that's it. So, yeah. Zap says, hey, just want to say I enjoy your work and can't wait for the film. Also, Seraphine is designed beautifully but deadly. She scares me. Well, she would be glad to hear that. Simon says, y'all want to know what coincidence about me in 1990 Newhart ended? That guy punched through computer in 2006. My favorite cartoon, Steven Universe, released in May 21st, 2013. I turned 10. Cool. I don't know what Newhart or the guy punching the computer thing is, but... Cool. Rolando says, how are you doing your animation project? Do you mean how is it going, or how are we doing it? It's a complicated answer.
Yes.
We're doing it piece by piece, animating every bit of it. All the character animation is hand animation, hand done. And we're getting there.
Making it
Max says
happen.
pick up pencil, draw. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you boil it down. Aaron says goodbye for now. Thank you for all the laughs and playing along with my shenanigans. If I'm not back later, good night. Good night, Aaron. Thanks for being here. Happy to abide the shenanigans. Simon says, fat guy punched through computer scary maze game thing. Oh, something I probably, that must have not landed on my radar.
Sorry, I'm a
Sounds like,
millennial. I don't know what that is.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not Gen Z. I don't know. I don't understand TikTok or any of that stuff. It sounds like a Newgrounds thing, though. I don't know. Fizzy says, is anyone on the crew a full-time animator, VA, editor, or do some have other completely different careers? I think
A lot
mostly
of them are
everybody.
mix.
Yeah, I think it's not that they aren't. So full-time meaning everybody's kind of freelancing, so they will be an animator as a career, but they are doing more than one project at once. They're not just doing Lackadaisy all the time. They're probably animating on several different things right now. So there's a lot of that. There are some people who do have full-time studio jobs right now that I know of, and then like in the evenings they like participate in this project. The voice actors, again, it's like a freelance thing where they get as many gigs as they can get, and a lot of them sustain themselves that way, as far as I know. Like pretty sure Jason and Mike and I don't know if Brad does or not, or
I think Brad's.
if that's all he does. Or
I'd have to double check on his credits, but
Lisa, I'm pretty sure does full time. Bell, I think does a lot of different things.
Bell's in school.
Does.
He's
in school, but he voice acts, but he also acts as like an agent for other voice actors.
No, I think that's. Well, it's sort of stuff he doesn't commission.
He helps them record their like demo reels. And
yeah,
things.
he works on demo reels to help people out. So
yeah. So yeah, lots of people do lots of different things. I don't think like their careers are generally, I think, pretty well, like, yeah. And I think some of the animators are also like storyboard artists in their other jobs and stuff. So it's like same ballpark, but yeah, I don't think anyone's like a dentist outside of this or something.
I mean, Ash is a massage therapist.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Like, voice acting, like, it doesn't really pay the bills until you start getting momentum. So a lot of actors in general, honestly, they go doing other jobs.
It's hard to, as an artist or a performer of any kind, it's hard to get to that place where you're getting consistent enough work that you can just do that and not have some kind of side gig that, pays the rent when there's slim pickings in the, field you're most interested in. Megatron says, any tips on how to not procrastinate on animation? Same thing I would say for anyone doing comics or art in general is to set up a manner of doing it in which you are positively reinforcing yourself instead of negatively reinforcing yourself, because if you make the experience negative, if you're uncomfortable in your seat or in the place you're working, or you're distracted, or you're getting headaches or hand cramps or something, it's going to discourage you from going back and doing it. Like, make your place as comfortable as you can, listen to the ideal music or podcasts or what have you, get your computer set up nicely, make sure you're using equipment that fits you well. Like, if
work
you have
with your
tablet,
brain. Don't turn your brain into someone else's brain. Know yourself, and then you know how to motivate yourself. But also, don't wait for motivation. Create the space in which you tend to feel motivated.
Right. You can't just sit there. If you're going to be an artist on a professional level and actually make ends meet, you've got to have the constitution and willpower to decide to go forward and work, even when you aren't feeling particularly inspired. You have to be able to be productive. But you shouldn't hurt yourself. You shouldn't do the, I'm gonna work 70 hours a week thing.
Oh
and,
God, no!
and
Like
suffer no
we've had,
consequences. Yeah,
I
don't
have
do-
been lectured by the crew so often to go the fuck to sleep. It's like,
Yeah.
and I hurt myself.
You're starting to
and I actually
listen. Starting to listen, at least
I've
temporarily.
been listening this entire time. I've just been bad at applying it. That's all.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you gotta like start working on things. If you're gonna like undertake your own projects or look for projects that you want to be a part of, you've got to like find stuff that you love doing, because it is going to take a lot of your time, a lot of your attention. It's very intense work, and so you have to.
It won't make
if
you a
you're
lot of money
enjoying
at first
it, you'll
either,
keep going
so.
back. Yeah, if you aren't enjoying it, it's gonna feel like a chore. So if you're designing your own thing to do, like design it around the things you love that are just have been like consistently interested in. Indulge, like make it a rich, indulgent treat for yourself to work on it. Because the actual process of doing it can be grueling at times. But if you're just so in love with the project, that'll keep you coming back to it. And like I said, make your workspace comfortable. Treat yourself right. Eat well. Get exercise. Have a comfy chair to sit in. Don't hurt your back. Don't hurt your hands or arms. And yeah, just keep yourself like positively reinforced to continue working. and also scale your project to your own, like, to your personality, to your demeanor. Like, don't set out to do a 2-hour-long animated project when your attention span is only suited to doing like a 30-second animation. Like, don't start out doing a epic 5-book comic series, if your attention span is only suited to doing like a short story animation or short story comics or something, like an anthology of short comics.
I'm streaming, by the
like
way.
do stuff that fits you, not.
Wait one second. Let me switch to my other audio real quick. 1 second. Because
are we being too noisy for you, Steph? I'm sorry.
No, that's not Steph. I want you to say hi to somebody. 1 second. Okay, so now she can hear you. Hello. Tracy, this is my friend Tina.
Oh, we've met.
Hi.
We've met a couple times. Hi.
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Cool.
So Tina's over for a bit.
I'm being handyman.
Yeah.
I arrived with my.
I'm streaming to YouTube right now.
Fancy.
Yeah, they can
Hello,
see
YouTube.
me. They can see me animating the boy.
Nice.
Well, rather, I'm supposed to be giving notes, but I'm kind of partially animating it because I can't fucking help myself. This
gorgeous.
is coming out. Yeah, this particular animator, I wanted to give them like a more detailed acting note, because like what I had in the boards, I had a better idea, and I'm like, I can't give you this idea without doing like a big chunk of the work myself. So it's like give them something to work off of, basically.
Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah.
Me too. I
Yeah.
like your top.
Thank you. This is basic. Yeah. Your top's better. Her top has,
Junkrat.
she has Junkrat on, the big boom 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 shirt. That's like based on the Joker
Killing
panel.
Joke,
Yeah, the Killing Joke. Yeah.
Killing Joke, but
Yeah.
explosions and Junkrat.
Yeah. Nice.
But yeah, so I just came to say hi before we go hide in the cave.
Okay, go enjoy your cave hiding.
Thank you. Enjoy your streaming.
I will, and
It's looking gorgeous. I'm so pumped.
I'm excited. I know. It's like every day is like I get to draw the cats.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just get to hold cats.
I'm jealous. We have no cats in this house.
It's good,
Nice talking to you, Tina, however brief.
reference.
Tracy says it's nice talking to you.
You too. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, have fun.
Thanks. One day there'll be conventions again, and I'll be able to.
Yes, we shall
She's
cross
not-
paths
she-
again
She's
and
not
be
allowed
properly
to stay
introduced.
in St. Louis. Like, she's gonna have to come out here. I have to go introduce her to the many diners.
Yes.
Yes, there's many restaurants that I'm tempted to try out there.
Like the Stinking
Awesome.
Rose, I have to take you to the garlic joint.
Oh man.
It's all the garlic.
Nice. All right. I'm gonna go crash
Okay.
and eat pizza. Bye.
Go eat pizza. All
Bye.
right. Yeah. It's like, God, I freaking forget, like, any. It's like, I'm sure you've chatted with Tina before, but I was just like, my brain cannot.
Yeah, I think we
hold
probably
anything.
met at conventions, but
No, I think she
not
meant
sure.
like when she's been here and talked to you. over the microphone. Yeah,
Okay.
Specifically. I don't know if you've met Tina specifically.
I don't know.
I mean, she was
My,
at the San Diego Comic-Con when we hung out for the lunch, but I don't know if you actually met her.
I might have met her there. I don't know. Like my like
She was a really
facial
good Nux
recognition
cosplay then.
at conventions. My facial recognition capabilities fly out the window because it's just like too many people, and I tend to not.
That's fair, but she was
Well,
in this fantastic Nux cosplay. If you saw someone walking around like that, but
I think that's yeah.
probably don't remember.
Oh yes, I have met
Wait,
her.
oh, wait,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was in that Nux cosplay, and Ash
Yep.
was in the Immortan Jones.
Yes, I
cosplay.
met Ash then, and I met
Yeah.
yes, I encountered them, and I think I probably complimented them on their yes.
Can you imagine? I was like thinking back on it. It was like you first met Ash as the, as Immortan
my
Joe.
first
It's like,
encounter with
yeah,
Ash
that's the
was
future
Immortan
voice of
Joe. Yep.
Mitzi.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
And we gotta do Mitzi as Immortan Joe.
Mm,
That'd be amazing.
that would be rad.
Yeah. That would probably make Ash the happiest ever. It does sound like a birthday present. I was gonna draw one thing for Ash, but now we just come up with a new thing. Mitzi as Immortan Joe is pretty good.
that was a delicious combination. I love it actually. Rocky would definitely be a war boy. That'd be so funny.
Witness me! Oh god!
Yeah. He just wants that validation so desperately.
It's pretty perfect.
It's very Nux, yeah. AZ Sketches says, so if Freckle had a jam or had to reload Daisy Deadly, would those drum mags magically come out of his back pocket, or are there just tons and tons of drum magazines under the back seat? No, they run out of ammunition when they run out of ammunition.
Yeah.
It happens. Or if the gun jams, then they have to stop using it and switch to come up with another plan.
There's
Because
all that molasses spilled in the
yeah,
back
we
seat.
like there's certainly some amount
Full of
of like
actual
suspension molasses. Yeah, this. Oh no, the gun is actually sticky because Rocky.
Mitzi calling Rocky mediocre, says Nox. Oh, I think he'd die.
Yes. he
Promptly
would.
dies like,
His
that's
soul
it,
would be in his
goodbye!
body there, and then just but yeah, no, we play a little bit fast and loose with like suspension of disbelief. Like you have to employ some of that, but we try to keep it kind of a little bit more in the realm of believability than your average cartoon, I think. It's not just like, you know, Roger Rabbit just like manifest anything out of your pocket at any point, or
We try not
they
to.
actually have to, yeah, because you have to like, because otherwise there's no sense of danger or tension or anything. It's hard to do any kind of drama without when there's like no rules for how the world works, you know. And I like to be like a little bit historically accurate too. Not, you know, I'm not extremely precise, but I do like to do my research and make sure it's kind of like in the realm of believability, to give it that kind of like a historicity-ish feeling. I'm just making up words at this point.
Historicity is a word.
Well, historicity-ish isn't, but well, it is now. Fizzy says, will conventions ever be a thing again, or will they be online for the rest of the time? Oh, they'll be a thing. I
They'll be
definitely
a
will.
thing.
People
They-
are like frothing at the mouth to go to a convention.
They're so
artists-
desperate.
Yeah. And it's gonna be glorious too, because people will have spent the pandemic making their cosplay outfits and making all kinds of art prints and things to sell, and people will just have like all their creative stuff stockpiled and ready to go for when the show starts again. Simon says, what decade is your fave for music? Mine is the 80s, even though I'm 17. Yeah, I like the 80s. I like the 60s and 70s too. I don't know. I like most music, so I'm not,
If it
my
sounds
taste
good, I
all over
don't
the
care
place.
what the error is. Honestly,
Yeah, if it
it's
sounds good,
yeah. If
I'm
it
cool with
yeah.
whatever decade it came from.
It's like I don't understand the idea of limiting yourself based on like genre or time period. It's I just listen to a thing. If I like it, I like it. The last time I
Yeah,
was like that, oh, I don't listen to that was back when I was like 10, and I was like, I don't listen to pop music. Which, to be fair, pop music sucked then. But
yeah. When
but
I was younger,
learned.
I was more of a snob. I was very like
I used to be
I did
snobby
not
about
like
like
anything
Britney
that was
Spears,
popular.
but then
Yeah,
Toxic came out, and that song fucking bops. So
that song is
yeah,
I like that song.
it's so good.
Um,
Actually, have
yeah,
I?
I was very much like, oh, I hate Britney Spears type of thing too, and then I ended up like listening to that song over and over again, because I'm a hypocrite. See, yeah, I think as you grow older, you maybe like realize that some of your like I don't know. As a younger kid, I was just annoyed by things that were super popular, like all the trends,
Yeah.
because I didn't really understand it, and I wasn't
Well, you
one of those kids
also
who.
saw it as like. I think part of it also at the time where like I was just like rejecting that stuff was knowing that it was pushed on me, made me
Yeah.
not want it.
Exactly.
If I
In the
had
same way, I
found it, I'd be
hated
fine.
pink because people were always trying to get me things that were pink or dress me in pink or whatever
Yeah.
because I was a girl and I resented it. So yeah, it was like I hated pink for the longest time. It's only recently that I've come to appreciate pink as a color. Get over my freaking.
Look at the animation channel.
Hold on. Oh no.
Let me just
Oh, Freckle.
let me 1 second. The animator
That
is
head
saying
injury was worse than we thought, I think.
the animator says, Fable, can I get a model check? I don't draw Freckle too much, so it seems alright, but something about his eye is bothering me. I don't know what it is. And he shows me this. That's pretty good.
Nox says Lackadaisy is almost completely believable except for the fact Rocky has lived to his 20s. Yeah. That's the fantasy element. AZ says, I really want to sketch something Lacka related, but do you guys have any character sheets I could reference for a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, there's
one for download. A whole package.
Yeah, go to hold on, I'll link it. You can download all of the character sheets for the film there. It's a pay what you want thing, so you can download them for free. It's fine.
Yeah, if you pay anything, it goes towards production.
Yeah, and we do appreciate it if you do, but no pressure to do that.
It keeps the animators in tuna.
Yeah. Nova said, oh, sorry, I missed that. Nova says, I asked a bit ago, but I think I got missed. Does Mordecai have a favorite food? Same with Victor. I'm not Mordecai, I can't imagine being like a foodie type of person. We did have a jokey conversation about him being okay with gefilte fish, but
What's gonna call that his favorite food now?
Yeah, I think his food is otherwise pretty unremarkable. Like
he likes
kind
black
of like
tea, no milk, no sugar.
Yeah, tea, Earl Grey tea, and toast, and probably with an egg in the morning or something, and just nothing. Yeah, he tends not to like anything that mixes ingredients together in such a way that he can't discern what he's eating, and anything that has like inconsistent like texture. So if it's got like if it's like a smooth texture but then has like a chunky bit in it, he would not be a fan of crunchy peanut butter or pulpy orange juice. So Victor is pretty much a meat and potatoes guy. I mean, literally, that's pretty much the cuisine he grew up on was, stew and potatoes and hearty.
The man
hearty
is
food
made
like
of
that.
meat and potatoes.
Yeah. Like shepherd's pie type stuff, I think he'd like.
Original key. Now I have to look at it.
And a beer. Max is, like I said, sadness and laudanum. It's not his preferred diet, it's just what he's eating lately, I guess. Yeah, I could imagine Mordecai doing bagels and lox.
Oh God, what Jew isn't obsessed with bagels and lox?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
just something quick and utilitarian, but also tasty.
it's so good. You get to pretend you're a little bear. He's from New York. Of course, he likes himself a good bagels and lox.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Yeah.
required eating there.
It's like, look, he might sit there and like hate horseradish, but it's like he cannot not like bagels and lox. That's an
Challah bread.
excuse.
Everybody likes challah bread, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's down for that. It's like, it's so sweet. It's good.
Mm.
Thankfully, I have my freckle sheet up here.
AZ, it's okay. You don't have to donate anything. You can just download
Yeah.
it for free. Don't worry about it. Not. I wasn't linking you to that to try to like pilfer money out of you or something.
No.
Just
This is a.
just take them and have fun drawing.
Take the pictures and run. It's fine. It's only if you have the means and feel like it. Just trying to judge the fringe here. Oh, I think that's right, actually. He's got it right. No. It checked against model. No, he looks fine.
Oh, now we're talking about food, and I'm getting hungry. Still have to cook. I haven't started yet. Oh, and Grave Rider says, would Mordecai like Hamadstaschen? Those are those little cookie things, like jam cookies or something. Probably, if like the jam or compote or whatever it is that's in them isn't too like if it's like smooth and yeah. I don't know if that's something you're familiar with, Fable, or not, but
Compote?
Hamantaschen.
I don't think I've had that.
It's a Purim treat, apparently. Fizzy says, once I'm 18 and I get a PayPal, I'm going to donate the hell out of every online show I watch. Well, that's appreciated.
Aw. Jewish apricot-filled shortbread cookies. I've had those, I think.
Sounds
Yeah,
tasty.
I've had, no, rugula is something that my grandmother would make for me. Like, she'd, like, give us, like, a whole tin of it. It was freaking great. Blintzes also.
Nice.
Really good, like, blintzes with, like, blueberry filling. Very, very good.
Katie says, would you believe me if I said I just spent a good half hour looking for exactly one time I remember Mordecai swearing? Yeah, I believe he does say damn it at some point in the comic, so yeah.
Nova's asking...
But I think that's
Nova's asking, Fable, do you have a character ref for your mini raptor, or do you have a Lackadaisy OC of your own? It's called a microraptor.
Yes.
It's actually a species of dinosaur. They didn't have a crest as far as we know, but they are. It was a crow-sized four-winged dinosaur from the early Cretaceous period. And freaking awesome little creature. And yeah, I mean, yeah, sort of. I have a ref. As far as my, as far as a Lackadaisy OC, I have Quincy. There's some drawings of him that you can. There's some drawings of them that you can find on. Have it on my DeviantArt. I don't know how easy that is to scrub through.
Oh, yeah.
I posted stuff on my Twitter.
on your Twitter. If you look at just the
just
Twitter
search
images,
Quincy and my name,
able
you
to
can find it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Piano Cat. That's another thing. It was originally just referred to as Piano Cat until like we found a name. As far as a reference for my raptor character, like there's a lot of different ones. Like I'm not entirely consistent about the look, but like here I posted, here you go, that you can take that. Draw a mouth, keep adding teeth. That's my character. True, yeah. Quincy does stink. Quincy needs a shower. There's got like some animations of the character. Sorry, I'm also on the Lackadaisy YouTube account, so if you think that's Tracy posting that right now, it's me.
I'm secretly 3 people.
Well, yeah, I mean, Newt does have access to the account. Mordecai with veiny hands. No, I don't want to think about it.
No, he's got little kitten mittens. Murder mittens.
Veiny hands.
Veiny hands.
How to ruin.
Knox is the resident smart aleck, yes.
You need at least a few.
Yeah. Simon would like to know what your favorite live-action movies are as a kid.
As a kid?
I don't know. I liked Labyrinth. Labyrinth. I was obsessed with that. And... Old Yeller? Does that count? Anything with animals? God, Black Beauty.
Homeward Bound?
Homeward Bound. Yeah.
That's the dog. I was afraid it was the mouse. We did catch a mouse. It fell in a bin. So we caught a mouse. It was a little mouse, so it couldn't hop out of the bin. But we're gonna get an exterminator.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point. There's no other option really than to take care of it the hard way. Nova says, I just saw Quincy, and now I really want to draw him in drag. I have an idea, but I'd like your blessing, Fable.
Oh, don't draw Quincy in drag. Don't do that. Quincy is trans. So that would not be good.
Yeah.
That would just be putting Quincy in a bad spot, basically.
More dimensions.
Sorry, normally I wouldn't step on people like that, but not in that case.
Can't imagine the character would be comfortable with that.
No, that you would just have a really miserable character, and I just hate... I never like seeing depictions of characters in drag where they're, like, just miserable, like it's a punishment. I mean, I guess it is kind of funny to see Victor miserable, but, like, I'm pretty sure it's more because it's like, none of this fits. It's not comfortable at all. Yeah.
I mean, Victor's just uncomfortable all the time anyway.
Yeah.
So.
It's just a level of discomfort, really. That would be a, an outfit that would pinch, so...
He can't really do heels with those knees of his. Can barely do walking at all.
Trying to make...
I've talked about having Mordecai oven mitts so that we can do a cooking show.
I was sitting there coming up with an idea for like a cooking skit, and I was like, I wonder what it would take to like whether Sung Wong would be down for something this goofy.
You could maybe
He's
get him
good
to do
at
the
skits,
voiceover,
so-
but someone else would have to like do the acting, I think. And
Are you
the camera would
kidding?
just-
Have you? Sung Wong is a good physical actor
that's
too.
true,
What are you
that's true.
talking about?
Yeah, he's very
I,
funny. I don't know.
I think you'd be
yeah.
insulted if you didn't have him do it.
I
Be like, no,
suppose.
please. No, we gotta. I would love to do Mordecai
I
attempts
just
the
assume he's
cooking
too
show.
busy for our nonsense. So
Well, I
But
mean,
he's always
scheduled it.
been very game
Yeah.
for stuff we. Yeah, we actually did a recording session with him
We
recently. for
recorded
some-
him doing a pickle Rick joke.
Oh my god, I can't believe
we
we
were
asked him to do that.
we're like, it's okay to say no, really. This is
There was a very
this is
specific reason we needed it, and I can't tell you why, but
Well, we told him.
I
why.
know that meme is like already aged beyond its it's in the meme graveyard at this point, but yeah, sometimes because his voice for Mordecai is so serious, I just like I don't know, I just keep my mind wants to make him like a very serious person, but then I think about like all the
He
videos
is
he's done
not.
about like eating different Pop-Tart flavors and having his mom rate Pokemon. I'm just like,
It's like I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
yeah,
someone
I don't know
based
why.
on it's like he is extremely professional, but also like he's super down for a goof. If you ask him, he's like, yes, yeah. But no, he was one of the first people we hired for the project. He's been like super. He's been so accommodating.
he's been very very
Yeah.
kind to us. He's humored us, and it's been fun. We very much appreciate Sungwon.
Sungwon fans here.
Okay, for real this time, I have to go like
Go
cook my pasta.
Get your food. It's fine.
Yeah. I'll be hanging around, everyone. I'll just be a little more quiet. I'll come back intermittently to ask questions and answer them, or read questions and answer them.
I'm supposed to be doing sketches. I'll get to it. I'm almost done with this. It's a lot better than it's been. Let's see, let's read comments now. Let's see. Robert Caldwell says, I hope to start a future web series of my own. Oh, that's good. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that this inspires more people to try to do their own thing as well. Because I'm greedy for cartoons. I just want to see more cartoons. looking at the comments now. Robert Caldwell asking, do you plan a future web series? We'd like to. The short, like, one reason why it's coming out is kind of an argument of, no, really, people want this, to demonstrate that people funded it, that they're interested in it, that they want to see it continue. So, yeah, I mean, it's part of the argument for, hey, investors, basically. I think this might be coming out. Hello. Who dat?
Yeah. 'Tis I, Candy.
Hello, Candy. What's up? I'm streaming right now live to YouTube.
Oh, well, hello there.
Hey. I'll actually gonna, in a second, hop to... 1 second, I gotta respond to someone.
Where is Tracy?
Tracy is currently making some food. What is this? I was told there is an Easter egg in this specific piece of art. Now I have to go seek it out. Nox is offering to help read off chat, and that would actually be helpful. So I'm going to jump to guest live real quick, Candy, if you're willing to follow me.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. There we go. So added trace to this. Hey, okay. So now this is guest live, so guests can show up. And let me make sure that Nox has a current pass. This is search. If Nox has a pass. Well, let me just invite. Let's just invite. There we go. This shit just happened. Okay, good enough. Thought I clicked 2 things. I was like, don't do that. Hey, hi Nox.
Hello. How's it going?
It's good. I am currently doing animated notes, as you know.
Yep.
Trying to fed that. Oh.
Very, very detailed animated notes I have been watching.
I found the Easter egg.
Also, hello, Candy. I'm not sure we've actually met before.
We know that before? We have.
I think we. Yeah,
We have been in the same room a few times.
I guess so.
Tracy needs to get back. There's a
She
new
does.
patch.
Yes, she's making some food for herself for the week, basically. So she's like popping between here and there. She's actually like not been making the food because of the stream. So like, go make your food. Go do it.
That's a very, it's a very, very Tracy thing to not make food for short reasons.
Crazy thing not to make food, period.
Yeah. We all remind each other to eat and sleep.
Gotta do it.
It really sounds like you guys need the reminder sometimes.
Yeah, we do.
Mm.
I'm currently perfecting these arcs.
And hello, chat. Yes, I'm here now. Okay. Robert asks, is there any way I can voice addition for a part? Like you want me to send it?
No, we're full. I'm sorry. But I'd say, I mean, in the future, if there's casting, go ahead and try out. Like, I don't hire people based on, like, their follower count or anything like that. Like, if they're right for the part, they get the job. And if they're not a Nazi. It's a low bar. The Nazi thing, not the other thing. The other thing is a high bar. Yeah. Yeah.
Would be a good, maybe good to recommend following Bell if you are looking for voice roles, though, because he likes to share them a lot.
Yeah, not just for this either. In fact, primarily not this because we've already hired. So
And Grave Rider asks, so we can make you say anything, Nox? No. I will be selective of what I say.
you said everything. You just said it.
Fair. Fair enough. Let me get Bill's Twitter, pause that in chat for people. Going back in chat a bit, Nicholas Bryant asks, "Hello, Candy. How's things?"
They're pretty great. Same old, same old. Got nothing new to report. Thank you for asking, though.
Forgive me for being extremely boring right now.
No.
Simon Alpaluk says, this is the story of Michael, the ugliest boy in town. They call him a freak. They call him a creep. He lives on his own underground. He lives on his own underground. By don't hug at me, I'm scared. Ah, I know that, but I didn't know that. I didn't remember that poem from it.
I don't either. I discovered that show from Spike sharing it the other day, saying they were surprised some people didn't know about it. And that was an upsetting experience. Tomb Raider asks me to ask you who your favorite Lacka kitten is.
I mean, I like all of them, really. But I guess Roddy is very entertaining.
James asks, how long has Lackadaisy been going on? I believe Tracy was posting concept art of it in 2006.
Oh, I think so. I remember her drawing Lackadaisy concept art in a big-ass giant journal sitting on our couch when we lived together in St. Charles. Was it 2006, though? Damn, we're old.
And Megatron, yes, I hope your stuff got saved and you didn't lose it when your iPad died. Nicholas says, so it's been around a hot minute. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I like how flustered. I don't know if flustered is the word, but when you start pulling out the art from before Lackadaisy, when Tracy responds to that.
What, like her previous projects?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she did everything in gouache.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember.
Hankbot asks, has anyone here ever seen John Carpenter's The Thing?
Oh,
Of
hell yeah.
course.
Yeah, it's great.
Classic.
I actually haven't, but
Really?
I am terrible at keeping on top of movies or even going back to watch classics.
What to say? You don't need to keep on top of the thing.
It's been around for a while.
Old movie.
I'll put it to you this way: I haven't seen Indiana Jones in its entirety.
Jesus Christ! How old are you?
31.
What the heck's the matter with you then?
I just don't have the drive to sit down and watch a movie because I have trouble drawing while I do it.
Fair.
Ghost asks, what do you find the best settings to do on Toon Boom? Like, what kind of timing do you prefer?
Timing? I mean, we're working on like 2s and 3s in this project. It's at 24 frames per second. Yeah. I always work at 24 frames per second. And I usually work on 2s or 3s. Sometimes 4s and stuff. I mean, right now, this is not even remotely 3s. This is like 8s and 5s.
Nice. Shadow Reaper says, I appreciate the artistry that goes into animation, but I could not do this. Even if I was decent at drawing, this seems like way too much redrawing the same thing over and over.
Yep. You gotta like it.
Yep. I guess it goes back to what Tracy was saying earlier, where you need to find your own way of motivating yourself, right? Grave Rider responds to your previous comment and says there's a lot of things that are the matter with Nox. I appreciate that because, like, to me, the person who said that's been, like, in our community for maybe a month or two now, and she already has that impression of me. That's great. Shadow Reaper asks, could you explain for the uninitiated what animating on 2s or 3s means? I heard someone saying Into the Spider-Verse did something like that.
The drawing holds for 2 frames or holds for 3 frames. Like, not every frame in 24 frames per second actually has a unique drawing. Most of the time you get only as high as like 2s where the drawing is held on 2 frames, and so there's actually 12 drawings in a second. 3s would be would then math out to like 24 divided by 3, so that would be 8 drawings in a second, and then 4s would be 6 drawings in a second. You can see how it goes. And you can have a mix of those. So like a 1 is a drawing that's like held on just like 1 frame within 24 frames per second. And we do that both to save time, but also it is a deliberate stylistic choice. It's not just a matter of, like, time and money, although, yeah, you don't want to animate on 1s because it's expensive and takes a lot of time and it doesn't necessarily look better. Like, Richard Williams animated on 1s, A Thief and the Cobbler. Like, that's a movie that was animated on 1s, but, that thing went through production hell. So... For a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons was just because of how he chose to do it in the first place. So, but yeah, a lot of anime is animated on 3s, that's why it has a slightly, like, chunkier quality. They'll use, like, 4s and 3s a lot. Like, Trigger just doesn't care. Like, the frame is hell for as long as it needs to, So, like, Trigger just, like, will have, like, a still drawing with, like, the mouth going, and then suddenly, like, it pops to another drawing, and they're just, like, it, you know, whatever feels good, you know, like, gives it a snap. So it is a choice when you animate that way. And I always love like chunky, like textural animation. So like you don't want everything to be like super smooth because like a computer can do that. You want to give a sense of timing, and you can't get that unless like you start like playing with time, because animation is a time-based medium. You play with time. Part of the process. Yeah, if you see Noodle's video on like 50 frames per second sucks, like why this kind of computer interpolation sucks, he is not exaggerating. Freaking every animator looks at that and goes, what the holy fuck, because our job is to not do that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not an improvement. And he points out like some obvious reasons why that's the case, but also like it's so freaking unnecessary. It's just more work. And I guess you could do it if you wanted to get like a certain look, but why? Why? So, but it has to be a choice in the first place. You can't just like put it on top of something that was not meant to be that way in the first place. Because it's like he said, it's like, let's take a painting and then we'll just like axe the color. We'll just like add more colors. Like if you made a painting and it was supposed to be monochromatic with like splashes of color here and there, and you said, no, it's bad because it doesn't have more colors, put in all of the colors, it turns into a mess. It's like that wasn't what was intended. Like AI superimposing colors onto a painting that was not designed around that is a bad idea. And I think most people would comprehend why it's a bad idea to like say take a frame of Samurai Jack and then just add colors and shadow and everything onto it, and it doesn't make it look better or more realistic. It's, so. And I'm not talking about like redrawing a painting or a frame or whatever. Like I'm talking about having a computer make the decision for you. But that stuff can be useful as a tool, but the examples that people show off are not it being used as a tool, it's it fixing something. And that's not how it works. It was never flawed in the first place. Even if you didn't personally like it, that wasn't the problem. Like, just, but yeah, it's a total violation of the medium. If you want to use that stuff as a tool, it's very useful. Interpolation is very useful for saving time and kind of like short, like quickly coming up with like how like one part will move with the other. But like the whole system for doing that kind of thing is like, that's complicated. It's not just press a button and it goes. Like you actually have to make decisions to make interpolation feel good. And AI automated interpolation has no outside input, and that's the problem. The computer does not understand what it's looking at. It doesn't actually look at the frame the same way we look at the frame. It just sees shapes and colors and pixels and says, oh, this pixel's over here and this pixel's over here, interpolate between the two. Pick the exact center point between those two. And it does that for colors, and it does that for so, and it doesn't understand that what it's looking at is a drawing. So, well, I mean, it doesn't even look that great for anything outside of like what it's probably been trained to do, which is to interpolate people and maybe like hard solid shapes. AI is not trained on drawings. That's why any kind of AI you see that like automatically generates some sort of illustration looks like shit. It does not understand abstraction. It just doesn't see the world the same way as humans do. Anyway, I gotta go put chickens away. I'll be right back.
All right.
That was a turn.
I am trying to do the new thing where I collect questions in the meantime. Not sure how he does this normally.
Oh man, I don't know. I got back into Minecraft recently because my 5-year-old like pushed me on it, and I regret making a realm with him because I'm making this big medieval city, and I just keep seeing polar bears everywhere.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't gotten into Minecraft in quite a while. One of my friends is investigating us playing again with possibly a whole pile of mods, which...
I never did that. I only ever come in to build. Like, I always do creative mode, and I just, like, I'm doing really good this time. I'm building a cool castle and a cool gate.
Personally, I really enjoy progression in games for like growing your kind of skill tree kind of thing, that sort of thing. So I really enjoy the mods that let you do like weird magic stuff and that let you learn like a lot more crazy end stuff. But I don't know. Last time I played with this particular friend, I got extremely far in magic stuff. Meanwhile, he's a complete science nerd. Well, I am too, but he spent all his time trying to build programmable drones that got blown up by creepers constantly.
Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds like something my son would be into. All he does is like, I'm in here building, he'll come into my office, like, wanting me to pull up a video on how to do X, Y, and Z. I'm like, this is complicated mod stuff, honey.
Nice.
Even I don't know how to do it. Just build a nice tower. Nope. He wants to summon the Ender Dragon and kill it over and over and over again.
I actually strongly dislike killing dragons in games. I just like dragons too much.
Yeah, you know what? Same here.
Everybody's like, you gotta kill the dragon. I'm like, no, dragons are friends.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue Smog had claimed property, the squatter's rights by the point that the dwarves took him out.
Yeah, I'm kind of on Smog's side there. Squatters' rights are legit, man.
Simon was asking us to say 60 FPS sucks mostly. I think that's a large part of what Fable's rant now just was, so I think it's been said.
Yeah, I have no idea what any of the details of that sort of thing is. But whatever that was, it sucks. Sure.
I mean, a 60 FPS would be the normal frame rate for a video game, which is not feasible to animate at all.
Sure.
Not if you're not doing automatic in betweening or something like that. Even then.
Mm.
I'm waiting for Fable before we get into the other questions people ask, because they're all animation related. Or
Where the heck is Tracy? There's a new Phasmophobia patch out tonight, and we are ready to play it, dang it.
apparently making pasta.
Don't take that long to make pasta, Tracy, you hear me? Let's go hunt some ghosts.
Getting a drink, guys. Be right back.
I don't know if I'd have it in me to try that game. It looks...
You haven't tried it
I'm a bit of a wuss for horror stuff.
yet? Well, I mean, I'm a bit of a wuss for horror games. First day I played it, it was obviously like, but once you get in the swing of it, it's not that scary. Unless a ghost freaking pops up right in front of you. That happens. But otherwise, no, it's fun. You should give it a try.
Yeah, maybe I will.
Don't want to play with pickup groups in this game. I am so glad that there's enough people here that actually play it. It's all like 12, 13-year-olds that just want to say Baba Booey over the freaking chat.
And that's a lot of online games, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
From Doggy Dog is saying, hey, don't knock pasta. I made my own red sauce earlier tonight.
Ooh, from scratch? I'm skeevy about tomatoes. Even when I just use like ragu, but I put it through a strainer because I don't want the tomato chunks in it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I hate tomatoes, love ketchup and pasta sauce. Can't stand the tomato chunks in anything though.
Hmm.
And no, that is not interesting. But I appreciate that.
Trying to catch up on chat a bit here. Mostly commenting about Minecraft. Someone's building a TARDIS.
Oh, no kidding. Cool. I'm following a channel on YouTube. Blue Nerd Minecraft is what it's called. I've been looking to him for tutorials for medieval buildings and stuff.
Yeah, I used to.
Hello. Someone's
Hello,
making
guys.
red sauce. I also like to make it from scratch. The jarred stuff is fine, but
I can't steal the tomato chunks. I don't trust myself. It would probably taste too tomatoey.
no, it's better. Look, like canned stewed tomatoes, really good because like they don't. What you want is you want it to retain the seeds and like those inside juices because that's where all like the good tomato umami is. That's what you want. And then what you also want is you need some tomato paste. Tomato paste and canned stewed tomatoes, and you are gold. You can make just that alone. Just those two things. Just stew them together. Just cook them together. You're fine. Like, and then you just make it. You add some salt. You add some herbs. You maybe put in a little sugar if you want that. Maybe put in a little balsamic. You know, you juice it up. You know, it gets better. So you make it to your own taste, and then it's good.
Chunky.
Tomatoes. I said tomatoes. Tomatoes.
That might have been.
My
That
accent
was
is
probably.
incomprehensible.
That was probably directed at Candy, actually, based on the timing.
Oh yeah. No.
No. Well, I'm from Missouri originally, and Fred has been, it made me start watching that show Ted Lasso.
Mm-hmm.
Great show, by the way, but he's got a Missouri accent, so every time I watch it, same things when my mother calls it comes out.
Tomatoes. You got the Midwestern accent.
Yep.
People, they can't. You know how many people in the comments have been like, "Oh, what? Rocky doesn't have like a deep southern accent?" And it's like, no. Do you not know what people in St. Louis sound like? I guess not. Missouri is
they kind of trailer trashy southern. That's Missouri.
That's southern Missouri. More southern Missouri where it touches, you know, the South. It will have more of that accent, but not where Candy's from.
Nope.
They don't talk like that.
We do not.
Yeah.
There were a few follow-up animation questions, if you're ready for them.
Sure, shoot.
Shadow Reaper, who asked the original question, asked, so the duplicates it's hold in one would be what are called in-betweens, referring to the animating on twos, but no, that's not what in-betweens are, correct?
No. In-betweens are drawings between keys and or breakdowns. So it has nothing to do with twos or threes or anything like that. It's just like if I say like I have this drawing here and this drawing here and I wanted to in between them, I would just go, okay, I'm gonna like choose a spot here, make a blank frame, and then I would just like, this is in betweening. Or you just kind of smooth out the animation. That's it. This is in betweening. So it just smooths it out. That's all that is. There's an art to that, of course, as well, but that doesn't have anything to do with twos and threes and stuff.
Herm Doggy Dog asks, you play with time, but you also play with space?
Yes. Well, you kind of create the illusion of space in my medium. But actually, honestly, unless you're talking VR, all animation is creating an illusion of space because you're looking at everything at a two-dimensional screen. So until you're looking at it in a three-dimensional way, which would be in VR, you're always kind of faking space in some way. Like what you see in video games, even when you're walking around like a 3D set, you'd think, oh yeah, but that must be like much literal space, right? No, video games trick your sense of space all the time, often to save money and stuff, because like, you know, they can't actually build like the whole cityscape like as you look out at it most of the time. Like they've abbreviated that. They come up with a lot of different tricks to make it look like it's further away, or messing with the models, you know, that kind of thing. Anything to like save time and effort and money. So, Candy, you know, like you work more in video games. Yeah.
Well, my animation in the video game, it was more like pixelized animation. It wasn't anything as complicated as what you guys are doing.
But, I mean, video games involve 3D often, like, and you're actually working with it. You're walking around within that 3D space.
Right. It is very, yeah.
Quirky Middle Child asks, what advice would you give to help keep consistency with every drawing?
Cheat. You could
Cheat.
You know that you could say, copy this head, and it says, like, you know that the next frame is over here, and you're like, ah, yes, I know that this head is here. And so now you have the head at the right volume. And you're like, oh, then just change the ears. Change the... There you go, cheat.
That's not cheating, though.
It's called strategy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Strategy. Cheat.
I guess a lot of younger artists need to learn to give up on their misgivings about using things to make their life easier.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, just do it the way that makes sense. It's like, you have a limited lifespan, man. This medium is hard. You can... You want to do the principled thing? It's not as principled as you think. Because it's like, it's just like Pain City is really what it is.
Yourself suffer. For no reason.
There are masochists, but...
Still, there's a limit.
Yeah. Don't hurt yourself. Quite literally, don't hurt yourself.
Nicholas responds to that, you see this head? Well, it's just a ball. Deal with it.
I mean, his head is literally a sphere, and then I just, like, draw things around it. It's just make the sphere consistent, and then everything else slots in.
I like how Tracy calls them winglings.
Speaking of her, I'm gonna text her. Where the heck is she?
She's cooking.
Pasta only takes like maybe 11 minutes tops.
She's taking she's cooking a lot of food. Maybe she's on the shitter. I don't know, Candy. Go ahead, text her.
Well, go ahead.
Ask her if she's taking a food. Tell her to describe.
All right, I'm gonna tell her you told me to ask.
Sure. I'll take that shame. I will ask her, are you pooping?
Okay.
She should be concerned that you and me talk now. Now we conspire.
Okay, I got my phone.
Nova asks, Fable, do you have a formula to fit Rocky's eyes / eyebrows and mouth on his face? Like, I know he's super expressive.
Get good. The formula is circle. Here's your cross section. Here's your cross section. Muzzle. Eyes. There you go. Now, that's every character starts like that, more or less. Here's the muzzle, here's the eyes. Now just fit shit in around that. Rocky's always like crescent shapes. He doesn't really break from those. The eyebrows are bigger and thicker than you think. The eyes are kind of like teardrop shaped. But yeah, one reason why the animated version of him looks the way it does is so it's easier to like replicate over and over and over again. Because Tracy's like original design is very strong. However, she has a lot of leeway in how she draws them because it's a comic, and so she doesn't have to think about like drawing and redrawing and redrawing and redrawing like how many stripes are on his head. How much more extra line mileage all those stripes on his head are, how difficult it is to like make his face move and accommodate those stripes when you need to work with an element of time. So we had to design him to like work with that, basically. But yeah, they all start as a sphere, eye, muzzle. That's it, all of them.
You should buy a watermelon as reference. Leave it
That
in
might be
your
a little
room.
too oblong. Okay, you mean a cantaloupe?
Yeah, maybe cantaloupe.
Add cat features. There, it's Rocky.
Reminds me of that meme, how to draw a rose, draw a cabbage and color it green. How to draw a cabbage, draw a rose and color sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Tiana Reynolds asked, what animation program are you using? This would be Toon Boom Harmony. Jamie Jam comments, Toon Boom is hard and expensive. Having played with it for all of 5 minutes, I disagree.
It is. It has a steeper learning curve than Flash, but once you learn it, you never want to use Flash again. At least I don't.
Someone asks, or Sky Sonora Chan asks, have you ever watched Amphibia?
I've seen the first episode, but I've yet to see more of it. I've just been kind of really stupid busy, so as you can understand.
Oh, Herm Doggy Dog says to Candy, it took me a total of 2 hours to make pasta tonight. Admittedly, 2 hours is mostly waiting and stirring occasionally.
It's gonna be some mushy ass pasta, dude.
I think it was the sauce.
Oh, the sauce. Okay. Just give me ragu, man.
I think at that. I think if you did the actual pasta for 2 hours, you would have soup.
Could do soup style pasta.
Ugh.
Like ramen.
I barely when I make ramen. I barely
Just use
put any
linguine as like a noodle as if it's for soup, and make the soup like broth less. But yeah, kind of like ramen.
Dustingo asks, have you used Krita? If yes, is it good for animation?
I have not, so I have no opinion. But I'm of the opinion that use anything that you have available. Even if it's just like pieces of paper stapled together, use it.
old flip books.
I got the impression Krita's tools are very close to Photoshop's for animation, but it seemed a bit better than it when I briefly looked at it.
Let's see if this... I 'cause, 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 'c
Nova says, I have lots of more Rocky art and animations planned, and this info will help. Thank you for contributing to my art, Fable.
Oh no.
That's
luck.
concerning. Good luck, Nova. I will be sure to look
Ahead
at
of
any links.
time. Sorry. Oh, so you're concerned about drawing Rocky? It's like, no, Mordecai's the bitch. He's hard to draw.
Eh.
Robert Cadwell asks, I know I said this before, but again, is this rough or sketch animation?
These are notes right now, but this would be rough. I've taken it to roughs, basically.
Plus, do you guys rig for animation too?
We're not. We are hand drawing these. These are not rigged.
Nicholas Bryant, Mordecai is the bitch, 2010. You might be off in years there, Nicholas. Also, YouTube flagged that for some reason. Nova says, Mordecai is a pain in the butt to draw. His face shape is maddening, but he's gorgeous.
Yeah.
He is very popular. Robert says, hand-drawn isn't bad. Hand-drawn is freaking awesome, man.
It's a lot of labor.
I don't
That's
see
why
that.
I prefer it this way.
Simon says, cartoon or anime? I like cartoon better, but it's like, okay to like anime or both.
Anime just literally means animation in Japan. Like, it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
They are the same medium, and they influence, like, the Western cartoons definitely actually originated the anime style, and they definitely influence each other.
So yeah, it's like Disney influenced a lot of early manga artists, but then those manga artists have also influenced like a lot of animators, including Disney, and well, like, the studio, not the man. And then, and then that has again reflected. It's like there's just been a lot of like cross-cultural like back and forth between Japan and the U.S. when it comes to the animation scene. So to say is like that something is just like, oh, I like anime over cartoon doesn't mean anything to me. It's like saying, yeah, I like what would that be like? Trying to think of something. Yeah, I sure like
Video games over computer games?
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like, what's the difference? Yeah. Video game versus computer game. What do you prefer? Huh?
Sour French Fries says, I want to learn how to tween though because I don't know how to yet because I never use it. Is tweening still a thing?
You mean computer interpolation?
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess so.
any animation, like if you're like in Blender and you're like animating, like you set a keyframe then another keyframe, it will automatically interpolate between the two. So I don't know what you mean. Do you mean in betweening?
I believe they're referring to the Flash term motion tween, which is probably short for automatic in betweening.
Oh, that. Just a tool. It's just a tool.
Yeah. Quirky Middle Child asks, will there be any original songs in this short?
Yes. we hired Sepia Tonic to make a song. So it plays actually during the short.
I'm looking forward to hearing about that. A few people first heard about that today.
They didn't know that there's a song? We advertised the fuck out of it during the Kickstarter.
I mean, I know, but you're getting a lot of new fans now,
Oh,
especially over on the Discord and stuff. So a lot of people like. I mean, I remember a couple months ago, like somebody asked if Mordecai had a voice actor yet. I'm like, yeah, it's ProZD.
Yes.
They're like,
Yeah,
oh, holy crap!
we the production has been on for it's been a year. Yes, we have them ordered. Sorry, I'm like making fun of that person. I'm not laughing at them, but what's making me laugh is the thought of what it would be like to have gotten this far in production without having a voice actor for Mordecai, and how much of a nightmare that would have been. So that's what I'm laughing at. I'm laughing at the thought of how horrible that would be. So yes, no, that was Mordecai was one of the first 2 people that we hired on crew, actually. Well, rather, Sungwon was. Sungwon Cho plays Mordecai, and Michael Kovac plays Rocky, and they were the first 2 people that we brought onto the short. So.
Then Nova material.
It's a bit of a gamble too, because I had this inkling that Mike would be really good for the role, and he is. He was like, it's a perfect match.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude's a fucking gem. And Sungwon, he's just really good. But also he did dubs, actually, of the comic like years and years ago, before he was like a name. Like when he was just messing with like practicing voice acting. Really, he just thought it might be a fun way to do stuff. So he started by doing Lackadaisy dubs. And so when I was talking to Tracy about like you know, what voices she might imagine like the characters being, what came to mind for her was like Sungwon's old dubs. And so I took a look at them and I was like, listen to them, and I was like, his Mordecai is spot on. I like that. Let's have that. So I messaged him and he was like, sure. Tracy was like super shy about that, and I was just like, I don't give a fuck. I'll email him.
I
see the voice because I followed him on YouTube for years, so it's cool to see that he was doing his voice.
Yeah, he's freaking great.
I had seen him in passing as a guest in one thing once, and as soon as I saw his channel because he joined the short, I started watching it and I just binged like probably a huge chunk of it.
Well, he's got a lot of these really short videos that are just.
They're so great.
I think these are enough notes now.
You sure you don't want to finish it? You can start cleanup.
Hell no. No.
Jamie Jam asks, how will you feel when you finally finish the whole short and upload it online?
Probably depressed. That I say that because in my experience, whenever I've finished projects, I always feel like incredibly low, because I've just put so much energy into it that letting go of all that as it goes up is just like you just go, you know. So yeah, I'll probably be incredibly nervous and maybe a little sad. Maybe a lot sad. Depends on how well I'll take care of myself. But I know that even when the short comes out, it's not going to be the end, because there will be the making of book, and there will be just like fulfillment in general, and we want to have a crew party, and just, you know, there's lots of things that we can plan and do. And once the short is out, we'll also be able to kind of like shop it around, basically. So there will be things to do still. Simon
you guys
Alpaluk says, Pro ZD and Michael frickin' Kovac. Wow, my fave YouTube voice actor and my second fave host of Honeycast. So who's your favorite host, then?
I believe they mentioned Ashley earlier.
No, she's on the team. And she's not voice acting, but she's our lead cleanup artist. She's really freaking good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, I was gonna...
Well, regardless of what happens at the end of the short, we will do our best to make sure there's still a fan community around for you guys to hang out in.
Oh yeah, that's gonna keep going. If nothing else, that's what I want.
The place has exploded since you guys started this project, so it's been a lot of fun.
I know, Newt's been busy.
Yeah, but he likes to keep busy. He's had so many things go on recently.
I know. It's like, oh my god. Poor guy. It's finally calming down, though.
Yeah, until someone blows up at the state next to him in a gender reveal party.
Okay, that was my home state, and I'm sorry. Yeah. It's like, of all the New England states, I would expect New Hampshire to pull some bullshit like that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the states that well, but fair enough.
Libertarians like to flock there, much to my dismay. They think it's some sort of state for them, to which I say, fuck you, get out, but... I mean, to each their own. New Hampshire is a very... politically broad place. But the thing that makes me say fuck you is like the folks who have it in their heads that they're gonna be like take over a town and be like, we're gonna turn this into a libertarian enclave, and it's like, it already is its own thing though. I don't know. I have some feelings about that, obviously. They're very complicated. I don't want to get into them on a YouTube stream though, so
that is very fair.
that with a lot of like personal things attached to that one. But yeah. Watching this.
Someone says Zib is looking like a total snack on the left.
Yeah, he's doing very little.
As he does.
Yeah.
James asks, I thought Ashley was on hiatus.
Well, I mean, Honeycast is. Ashley's doing lots of things, but she's like in the middle of production for her own cartoon as well. Her and Dave like hooked up and are doing a thing together now. Hooked up to make cartoons, not the other thing. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. Ashley is spoken for, so. But yeah, no, she's like plenty busy. She's been doing lots for us. She's doing a ton on her own thing. I'm one of the animators on her other project actually, so. But yeah, Honeycast is taking a pause. Not that, but not Ashley in general. So
she hasn't ceased existing temporarily.
No, she's doing her own creative projects is all. You know, besides a podcast.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry I bounced on the stream. I need to find a cat who I can't find. I can't tell if she's hiding in the house somewhere really well or if she got out. So.
Okay.
I may be back. I don't know. Gotta find cat. Sorry.
Good luck.
I'm actually gonna go head to bed.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, Candy. Try not to dream of the ghosts.
I'll try.
Ooh, I don't like this. That's legacy brightness. There we go.
Nova says Zib is not a snack, he's a meal. Rocky is a snack. And Victor is the buffet.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Thank you, Nova. Your input is appreciated. 11 asks, isn't that the place where the city got conquered by bears? Referring to New Hampshire.
City conquered by bears. That's news to me. Now I'm gonna look that up. Oh, did I get a donation? No, what is this notification? I have 4 new donations. But I already got those notifications. Okay, well, whatever. Let's see. Bear conquer New Hampshire town. Let's see. How a New Hampshire libertarian utopia was foiled by bears on Fox. And the headline, the subline is, seriously, this happened. You should absolutely read about it.
Okay.
Okay, so this specific article, this is why I have some very negative feelings about that. Move where you want, whatever your political leaning. That's not what bothered me, but this was the experiment was called the Freetown Project. It later became the Free State Project, and the goal was simple: take over Grafton's local government and turn it into a libertarian utopia. The movement was cooked up by a small group of libertarian activists who saw it in Grafton a unique opportunity to realize their dreams of a perfectly logical, perfectly market-based community. Needless to say, the utopia never arrived, but the bears did. Turns out black bears don't care about the free market. Okay. They chose a town that had fewer than 1,000 people in it. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of all this. I know of this. Let's see. So, one of the reasons they fixate on New Hampshire is because the motto is live free or die. Yeah. And that's, the phrase is taken from one of the, one of the founding fathers said that shit. What was it,
yeah.
Franklin? I don't know, I forget. But, so, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care right now. But they decided that applied to them specifically. And they, yeah, they basically were like, we're gonna colonize Grafton. So just reading this. And they as the people of Grafton soon found out, a non-traditional housing situation, which is what they called what they were doing, meant a camp in the woods and a bunch of shipping containers or whatever. They brought in yurts, mobile homes, and formed little clusters of cabins and tents. So this was a straight-up libertarian commune. So, step one, and this is a bad idea, is that.
Is it a commune or just glamping?
That's a fucking commune. When it's glamping if you're doing it for the camping. It's a commune
Sure.
if it's for a political point.
I have many opinions that I'm going to withhold.
Yeah. There was one location called Tent City where a bunch of people just lived in tents from day to day. They all united under this broad principle of personal freedom, and as you'd expect, there was a lot of variation in how they exercised it. So this article is presented as a conversation between two people. This is like, what are the demographics of the group like? We talk about mostly white guys or Ayn Rand bros who found each other on the internet. So, yes, basically was the answer. Let's see. And, how'd they take over the local government? So, they didn't tell anybody they were doing this when they arrived, basically. And Grafton was pissed off about it. They had a town meeting about it. They were mad.
There is a request in chat to not talk about politics.
Okay, all right. I will. Okay, the point is that I guess the bears took over their tent. Okay, so I'll hold off
Which is
on that
amusing
right now.
regardless of. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, it's on Vox if you want to look it up. You can read the article yourself. So
I might check it out later. I get the idea though. Our motto is a little more passive aggressive.
What's your motto?
Or at least our license plate slogan is "I remember."
What's... Oh, is that... And that's Quebec?
Yeah.
Yeah, Quebec would remember.
Well, nobody's 100% sure where it comes from. There's a theory that it's from an old poem that refers to remembering him being born under France but growing up under England.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know our vibe, I guess.
Yeah.
The kids would say.
Okay, this isn't what I want. I want to do... I need a transparency node. Transparency, color correct. And let's bump that up. Oh!
Simon asked, did you consider making a podcast? Yes, there is one on this channel. I'm assuming we can call the Shop Talk a podcast.
Yep. Yeah, that's our podcast. Yep. Let's see, we do a color correct node as well. It's like turn everything. I'm gonna turn all this blue as well while I'm at it. Oop, that's not right. Where is...
Rocky looks like he's going through many emotions in this shot, in this frame.
He's going through... Boy is going through some things.
That says Lackacast. There is a Honeycast episode featuring the Lackadaisy stuff. Let me just pay attention to Lackacord for a second. There's some stuff happening.
Mm. Do I have a favorite animator I look up to? Let me double check. There's Sergio Pablos. This is one of my favorite animators. He was responsible for Klaus. He animated Dr. Doppler as well. He's animated a lot of things. He animated Scar. I like Glenn Keane. He's fantastic. There's a lot of animators. A lot of animators I like are actually like friends of mine. Like I like Jazzlight a lot. Jazzlight's a freaking awesome animator. I like Endo.
Oh, yeah.
Project Endo. He's a fantastic guy. Fantastic animator. I'm really fortunate actually. Like a lot of animators whose work I've really enjoyed for years have actually joined this project. So that's been pretty cool.
That's pretty sweet
Yeah,
for that.
this
Nice
is
seeing you guys
awesome.
go.
Taniko, he's great. You know, he's such a helpful person, and yeah, it's just
Yeah, you have so many cool
guy,
people.
Olay, he worked on Klaus. He's also like an animator friend of mine. He's really freaking good. Okay, so now I can export this finally.
Alright, AZ, where did you post this Lacka sketch you did?
Okay.
Yeah, it's been interesting, the little glimpses I get into your team, or I popped into Moki's server and get to see all the like crazy amount of skill
Oh, Mookie's such a good animator. I love
from the
Mookie's
professional
stuff.
animators there. And
So good.
yeah, it's
I'm
really
just
impressive.
blessed to be surrounded by talented people. I'm not being nice either. It's like, it's like I gotta do good because I have all these good people around me. It's like I can't like half-ass anything because they're so good.
And it's great that you created a project where they can use their talents.
Oh man, Lackaccord is writing down things. Note to self: nobody can beat Clint when it comes to pie and pancakes. Clint, I bet can
Oh, yeah.
out-eat anybody on the crew. It's not that he's a glutton in general. It's just that when he gets it in his head to go to town, he is a fucking dumpster. It is gone. You give him anything, it will be gone. His only limit is that he's vegetarian.
You can relate.
So I can't take him to K barbecue, which is a real shame.
That's Chris that was saying that on Lackadaisy. I don't think he's in chat anymore.
Mm.
I do say you should have an event which is an eating contest between Clint and Mike for pancakes.
Clint would win. He would win. I don't think Mike could beat him. I think Mike would sit there and goof, and you'd think that maybe he'd win, but no, he won't win. I have video proof of Clint's prowess. Alright. I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna zip this note so that I can just hand it to B directly. And then I can actually start drawing what I intended to do today. Oh, man. It's already basically the end of my day, and well, this is why I don't do animated notes usually, because this is what happens. So, I'm gonna send this. Yeah. Zipping all of this.
You seemed to know what you were getting into when you started this earlier.
Well, that's the thing, is that I have this very specific idea of what I wanted, and I didn't want them to have to, like, play a game of hot and cold to get there. So it's like, let me just, yeah. It's
That's
like,
fair.
I can't afford to do this usually, but, like, for certain shots, I will. This particular shot is a long shot of Mitzi talking, and originally Rocky's just standing there, and he's, like, just listening to her really intently, but I decided that he needed, like, a little bit more futzing about, because, he's not likely to stand still, so he's gonna be trying to, like, tweak things, make it better, fuss, fidget. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's aware of how bad this kind of looks, basically, and he's trying to, like, band-aid it. So just band-aid it. Maybe it'll convince you that it's fine, actually.
Still, I'm sure
don't
he
be
appreciates.
mad.
I'm sure he appreciates not having to try to read your mind.
B? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, now I got the thing for B.
Crafty Creator says Rocky has ADHD. I am
Boy is poster
not
child.
sure.
If Rocky doesn't have ADHD, what the hell does he have? So that's at least
I'm
that's
sure he has a lot of.
he has a lot. he absolutely is dealing with a lot, but for sure that's got to be a thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Alright, let's see that go up. Yeah, a hint that Rocky has ADHD is that coffee does not rev him up. Terminal sugar rush, yeah.
It says he has pancake disease.
That's a disease.
Apparently. I guess when you're at wearing pancakes on your face like a mask, probably. It's something. Good night, AZ.
Would you say Mordecai has OCD? There's been conversations about that. Like, I mean, naturally, there's a certain reluctance to like sit there and give like DSM diagnoses to characters, but I mean, I think you could definitely read Mordecai that way. Like, if you have OCD and you relate to a lot of things that Mordecai does, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I have family like that, so... And I don't mean that, oh, I'm so OCD, like, I want things to be arranged just so. It's like, no, I have...
The real thing.
Yeah, not the casual... oh haha, aren't I quirky thing.
Yeah, no, the people throw it around, but if there's the word disorder in it, it's that it is life affecting.
Yeah. Would you say Freckle is a kleptomaniac? Huh?
No.
No? Why?
Kleptomaniac implies he's
Yeah.
compulsive thief, which Freckle has not stolen anything except a few lives, I guess.
Yeah.
And one heart.
He's stolen all of our hearts.
Fair enough. Aircraft Creator says, I'm no expert, just wondering because of his need for tidiness. I think there's a difference between a need for tidiness and the compulsion that comes with OCD, but
OCD comes with like this like looping in your head that you cannot get out. It's just like it's there, and like even if you like do the action that's supposed to soothe it, like it can take repeated times of doing the action before the repetition, the looping in your head just like can stop. So a lot of times what you like why people with OCD do what they're doing, it's like it's a way of trying to like regain control inside of their own head, you know. And there's a lot of complicated reasons why that stuff might get triggered, you know, and it doesn't always look like cleaning. It doesn't always follow certain stereotypes. A lot of times it's like just following certain repetitive actions. Sometimes that can coincide with like a need to like keep things like really really clean, because like keep things ordered so that you know where everything is. It can come with like obsessions about tiny things that wouldn't bother most people, but it's like just it triggers things for them. And it doesn't follow like a logical. It's not like logical, and that can be scary for folks, and they'll be totally aware that it is stupid, but they'll be like, I know that this is nuts, but I can't not like tap the door like 3 times before leaving. Like I have to do that if I'm gonna leave the house, you know, that kind of thing. So. Yeah. Yeah, OCD can get really bad when you're dealing with anxiety. Like a lot of those measures are just like in soothing that anxiety. Freckle has something that disqualified him from joining. Apparently being a little too trigger happy, but well, we said don't talk about politics right now, so plus I don't really want to talk about.
Oh yeah, right maybe not.
It's just. I don't feel like talking about that stuff right now. It really brings me down.
Yeah, Oh, oh, sorry, I'm trying to retrace the question. Porter asked, y'all are still streaming? Wowie. This
What?
is Fable's work. Porter says, y'all are still streaming?
Welcome to my
this
workday. This is
Yeah.
welcome to my workday. You are
Yeah.
experiencing my workday.
Which is always interesting, but yes, it lasts a while.
I love this fucking updated Johnny Two Tails.
What?
Nox, did you see this?
Uh,
It's on my stream.
one sec,
Have you
sorry.
seen Johnny Two Tails yet? The magnificent gangster with two tails?
Oh my god, no, I have. Oh, wait, yes, I did see this. Nice.
The drawing on the left was my first stupid doodle. It is not a good doodle. That's because I was tired and didn't care. But the one on the right, so Tracy used my stupid doodle on the left for the thumbnail, and then I was like, wait, no, I can make the drawing better though. So as she was making the thumbnail, I was drawing the stupid thing on the right. I have to improve Johnny Two Tails. It's just two kids in a trench coat. And a very unfortunate gun. Everything about this is unfortunate.
You gonna make this a thumbnail for a YouTube video or something?
Maybe. I mean, the sketch stream thumbnail is pretty good. Yeah, I was thinking about how fun this would be as a thumbnail. Because it's so stupid. It's like, what is that? It might just be weird enough to click.
Yeah, it's the one way to do clickbait.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing on the left is still like they're having a good time. The thing on the right is Ivy's having a good time and Freckles lost his shit. They are in something right now.
Yep. And yes, Zib is wearing a newspaper hat.
Yeah, because they took his hat. So now he's Sans hat. So what is Zib wearing? He can't just not have his hat, right? It's okay. They gave him a suitable replacement. They like Indiana Jones style took it right off of his head and like put the newspaper hat on while he was dozing. He just woke up going like I sense something is wrong.
I wonder if he's very attached to his hat, or it would be another thing with him where he would be like, "Oh no, my hat's gone now."
I know Rocky is very attached to his outfit.
Yeah.
For Zib, I mean, it's the band outfit, really. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a gangster to be running around in a bright blue suit like the way that Rocky is. He's just wearing his band outfit.
It's the Naruto strategy.
Yeah.
People seem to be enjoying the sketch.
I enjoy it.
I do too. It's pretty great.
It was a good way to warm up, at least. It's a difficult... I was like, looking at the thing on the left, I was like, I want to make this a little more comprehensible. I'm not sure I improved the comprehensibility.
I think you did. I'm just digging through chat, see if I missed anything. Jay says there's a fantastical historical comic on webtoon set in the 1969 election race riots. Main character suffers from anxiety triggered OCD, and the comic handles it so well. That sounds pretty intense. There's a lot of stuff about OCD in chat. I'm not going to go through all of it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, guys. Johnny Two Tails has serious energy.
Just keep watching this scene. Since it's like I like looking at my own work and like thinking about it. And thinking about it. It's like, does that work? Does that work? I'm not sure. What am I doing here? Oh, right, that was another idea. This was a different note. Right, okay. So my intention this entire time was to draw birthday things. I wanted birthday things. So, have my...
Oh, the old Rocky Noodle drawing. I remember that one.
Oh, the Rocky Noodle? He's
Yeah.
been betrayed by his kin. Yeah. That was... Where is that? I just closed it. Here we go. Rocky Noodle Assault. Yeah. This is based on that, that image of cats, like, getting disabled by noodles.
Yep. Oh, Eggnog says Fable craves birthday things, and Herm Doggy Dog says, well, the only birthday things you'll get from me are cakes.
Well,
I
it's
believe we'll accept
not
cakes.
birthdays for me. It's birthday presents for crew members that I have been intending to get to for a while, and I just haven't been able to.
Chad asks, do you think Rocky would want a birthday pancake instead of a birthday cake, or maybe a whole stack?
I think he'd want anything sufficiently sugary, honestly.
Yeah. Dastingo asks, have you made any art of them with cheese in their face?
No, not yet, no.
There's technically a few comic pages where Mordecai has cheese in his chest wound.
Just imagine
Does that
Brie
count?
there, and there you go. Your man's part
Yeah.
Brie. He's cheesy. He's breezy cheesy. He's dangerously cheesy.
Yep. If this was the Marvel Universe, that would give him cheese-themed superpowers. Crafty asks, what about cucumbers? I'm assuming referring to the cats being afraid of cucumbers thing. I don't believe there's been any art of that.
I haven't done any.
The writer says, God damn it, Nox, what did I do?
To call this birthday. Birthday. Presents. 3.
Dustingo says if there's going to be one about cucumbers, Rocky would probably be eating it raw, then Mordecai would just get freaked out. I don't know that Mordecai would get freaked out by eating a raw cucumber. It's like the tamest thing you can do.
You'd probably prefer a cucumber over a pickle.
Yeah.
A cucumber doesn't have that much flavor at all. A pickle does. It has a very distinct flavor. This would be problem.
A cucumber's basically a cylinder of water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the breathing is why people are saying, God damn it, Nox.
Oh.
Okay. Zig Shark asks, would Rocky be a cryptocurrency nut if you heard of Dogecoin if you were here in 2021?
He dumps all of his money in Dogecoin just as it sinks.
I don't know that Rocky would ever accumulate enough money to buy a single Dogecoin.
It's asking a lot of him, you know?
Yeah. I think he'd be as confused about the whole crypto thing as the rest of us, if not way more.
I mean, I think he could be convinced to get into some sort of quick get-rich-quick scheme, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's
Rocky
the
falls
follow-up
for
to that
NFTs.
The follow-up to that question would be if him and Freckle would rob a micro center for video cards to mine. Joke would be on him. There are no video cards left in any stores.
It's just like he comes up with this great idea, and then it's like it's a complete wash from the outset.
Yep. Oh, Eggnog is proposing Lackadaisy.
No.
That's how we can fund this. Start a new scam cryptocurrency.
Oh, yeah, great idea. Sure. Definitely a good idea, with no negative consequences whatsoever.
The important question I have is, do you think people would be happy or sad if a comic like Lackadaisy was funded through illegal means?
Well, our audience would be a little different. Maybe.
Would it? That's what the comic's about.
We are not funding the comic through illegal means.
Nah. Currently. The Newt is fully licensed. Nicholas says he would buy into a meme currency for the joke and fall ass backwards into being a millionaire. Yeah, that'd be great if Rocky ends up richer than Wick.
See, I feel like Wick is the kind of person who might invest in crypto.
Yeah, but he'd do it properly. Imagine if Rocky just fucked up and ended up richer than Wick completely on accident. Pretty great.
Rocky invests in GameStop. But he only ends up rich on paper. It all crashes before he gets a chance to sell any of it.
Yep. Next to Wick's graveyard of Beanie Babies. Shadow Reaper says, technically the actions portrayed are only partially legal. Consumption of alcohol was not illegal, only the production and sale thereof. The murder via Tommy gun was probably illegal, though.
Yeah. There is the whole killing people thing. That might be a little bit illegal. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. It's like...
It's not recommended.
Who says only if it was funded through bootlegging to keep the spirit.
There you go. Well, bootleg alcohol. That's definitely something to do in 2020. That's a great idea that'll totally, like, pan out.
What alcohols are still illegal? I know some states don't allow certain forms of, what is it? I forget which alcohol.
Well, absinthe
Moonshine
used to
is...
not be allowed, but now it is again, so...
Which one, sorry?
Absinthe is allowed again, so...
Absinthe, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, but no, that's allowed again, so... It's not a problem anymore.
Moonshine is technically, like, it's allowed now, but it's just they're calling more distilled alcohols moonshine. It's not the backyard crap stuff.
Yeah.
How would Rocky spend $1 million anyways? What does he like that would be so material and expensive to him?
Expensive buying a Candyland. Or at least he was told it was Candyland.
Well, if I continue with the awful memes I tend to create on these streams, NFTs of Mitzi's feet.
No.
Oh, that would be wick.
It's an investment.
Matt asks, what is your favorite drawing? That is a difficult question.
What's your favorite drawing?
I don't believe I have one, unless you're referring to drawings I've done. Alright, chat is saying Nox. Oh, right, because of the feet thing, okay. I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not. The chart says this implies that her feet pics are worth $1 million. Are you saying they're not?
They're probably not.
So who's this piece for?
This one is for Lauren.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. It's one of the animators.
This question Simon just asked might be a bit too much for the stream, but it's also something you're in a position to answer. I don't know if you want to, though.
Let's see. Okay. Can y'all give me a piece of advice? I feel I don't know how to live at least one. I have Asperger's, and I was okay with it before, and now I hate it. And I'm too afraid to ask everyone IRL in general. It's just a way of being, dude. It's nothing wrong with you. I mean, society just kind of fucking sucks when you're different. You're fine, though. If there's anything you're bothered by, I mean, there's you can come up with ways to kind of help interact with the world, to help learn people, to help kind of like understand them for yourself. But I mean, ultimately you're just different, and that's fine. A lot of people, like a lot more people are there's not a zero number of people who like will be able to understand you or like what you deal with or anything like that. Like I have lots of people in my life that I'm very close to. You know, I have a career, I have a home, I have a partner, I have animals and stuff. Like and I deal with it too. So you can figure out your own path, and that's kind of what the struggle is basically, is that because you're different, like you have to figure out your path for yourself. And you can ask other people for help. People who know you in your situation, especially, other folks with the same neurotype, like they could help you figure it out. Like they can let you know, like, oh, this helps me, like when I'm, overwhelmed, or like when there's just too much going on, when I just cannot convey what I'm thinking to other people. It feels like there's like a barrier there, and I'm just struggling because they just don't understand me. They like view me like a freaking alien, but there are ways to get through that. But some of it is just, I don't know, people are douchebags often. They're like overly judgy. So you treasure the people who aren't that. Because if they're going to be like that, they're probably like that to like a lot of people also. So I don't know, but there's like there's so much hate aimed at people who deal with that, and it's just it's so inappropriate. It's so inappropriate. And it's like, folks view you as like some sort of like broken human, and it's like, no, you're just a different kind of person. That's all. But yeah, there's just not a set path for you, so you kind of gotta forge it yourself, and that's the scary part. I mean, that's kind of true for anybody, really, but like the more you fit with what society deems is the correct kind of person to be, the less trouble you'll have in general. But like almost none of us are born as that person, so
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is that person, but I will say, like,
Elon Musk. I think he's fine. He's doing.
I mean, that's the thing.
Born
like,
rich and a dude, and.
White. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have all the default settings, and I don't know if it's disrespectful to call them that, but yeah. I mean.
You have the perceived default.
Yes.
Yeah. But you still deal with stuff.
Yeah. And my particular ways that I'm different happen to be ways that are financially lucrative to people. Therefore, I don't get judged as hard for them.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't make me, like, better in any way.
No.
And yeah, it's just...
I think importantly, if you don't match the quote-unquote ideal, you have been offered an opportunity to be more empathetic to people who also don't match the ideal. So, don't view your difference as like a flaw that needs to be fixed. It can actually be an opportunity to better understand other people in general, who are the vast majority. So.
Yep.
Yeah. So come for the drawing, stay for Asperger validation. Well, yeah, somebody's gotta.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to a beginning artist struggling with values and contrast? Try to limit your palette. Like, don't worry about using every shade of the white to gray. Like, try just using like 2 or 3 values and just stick to that. Like, you see 4 values in this drawing right now. There's the base, there's black, there's white, and then there's that mid-tone. So we have 2 mid-tones, a darker and a lighter than the white. And just like make it simple. Just do simple. You can add complexity over time, but start really simple.
Yeah, I find there's a lot of simple composition rules or strategies you can find for that sort of thing. Just to start.
Yeah.
Stuff I've been working on has been based on a Skillshare tutorial I followed not too long ago about workflows for professional commissions. And even that artist is like, yeah, just pick a few values and like you got your foreground, background, midground, and
the more you simplify it, the fewer choices you have, the better. Like the more likely you're gonna make like better decisions, basically, because you're not trying to juggle like a ton of points at the same time and trying to figure out how to balance like 17 different things. If you're just trying to worry about like 4 different things, it's a lot easier.
And you can always just do some thumbnails to figure it out. Try some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's Lauren's. Got that done.
It's very cute.
Alright. Now I gotta do Jack's.
Felipe asks, I'm kind of new here, but I love this design. Where should I start reading or watching?
Well, that's Lackadaisy.com. You see on my stream, like all the links and stuff. Lackadaisy.com is where the comic is. I'm the director of the animated short, so you can follow the production of the animated short at littledaisycafe.com. You can also follow it at Lackadaisy Film on Twitter. Subscribe to this YouTube channel. We obviously post a lot. We do streams, often work streams. I haven't done as many lately because I've been so busy. Like, we're really getting into the grind on the short. But we still share updates. Like, we'll share roughs at least once a month. We'll post, like, a select number of roughed out shots. Some cleaned up shots now lately. Hopefully some composited together shots even soon. And we have what's called our Lacka Chats, where the creator of the comic, myself and some crew members will show up in a voice call with, and we'll like chat with each other on a stream and answer questions, while the folks on Discord ask questions and stuff. And we'll also take questions from YouTube, but that's where you can find the fan community is on the Lackadaisy server on Discord. You just type in like, it's just like discord.gg/Lackadaisy, right, Nox?
Yep.
Yep. It's a good spot. It's a really good community. Nox is actually one of the mods there. How would you say the general vibe is there?
Friendly.
Yeah.
People are respectful. We keep politics and all that out of it, so it stays civil generally, but also thanks to the nature of Lackadaisy, it attracts a lot of very good artists, so there's a lot of cool people showing off their work all the time. So
yeah, there's like an interesting mix of people who are like, they like cartoons, or they like cats, or they like 1920s stuff, or they like old cars.
Yeah, we have a few of those.
Yeah. So there's just like a lot of different kinds of people, so it's interesting to see them all chat together.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the server is like age range like goes from like there's like it's like 15-year-old or whatever to like isn't there like a 60-year-old fan there?
I think somebody, yeah, I think somebody in their 60s signed
Yeah.
a demographic poll at some
Yeah.
point. I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, so it's just like a large range of people. Um I mean, I think it's majority like Gen Z and millennial with some Gen Xers is like the main group, but um yeah, it's they're pretty good, you know. I don't talk much there because I don't want to like step all over a fan community. Even if it's like official fan thing, it's like I still don't want to like start talking in there and then every conversation stops because like have this, you know, role on the project, and so I just like seeing people talk. I don't want to interrupt that. But yeah, they're all pretty cool people. Like they share art and they encourage each other. So, yeah, it's nice. So yeah,
It's
I mean,
also where we host official events and stuff.
Yeah.
So even if Fable's not there on the daily, there's always the larger events where
mm-hmm.
we all pile up into the chat and
Yeah.
have some fun. So it says that Discord is the only place where being called kitten might not raise too many flags. I'd say it really depends where on the internet. Crafty asks, will we be able to buy the Lackadaisy Essential book once it's done, or is it just
Yes.
for patrons or something?
Nope, you'll be able to buy it. There'll be digital copies available first, like so that we have something available before it even goes to print. But yeah, no, it's absolutely going to be available.
Toomey asks, would you say you're always watching? I don't know what a Ra's voice is. So
I am not always watching. I'm always watching the work server, though.
I am usually watching the Lackadaisy server, or if I'm at work, one of us is. And yeah, to Hangbot, who said, I don't think I'll join the Discord, just not really good artist. Not everybody there is an artist.
It's a broad range of talents. Very broad range.
Or people that are just there to listening and hang out. Like
Yeah.
it's not an art server per se. It's just it's just a server for fans that, because of the nature of the comic, happens to have a lot of artists.
Yeah.
Oh, is that from Monsters Inc? I saw Monsters Inc many years ago. T.O. asks, Fable, what was your webtoon called again? I completely forgot.
Umbagog. Umbagog. Comic.com. It is not safe for work. It is a zombie apocalypse comic, so, you know, yeah, it's not fluffy. So, just warning you ahead of time. It's specifically I want to do horror. And I like The Thing. So...
Yep. Theo asks, is it just gore?
I mean, there's like nudity. There is some sexual content. It's not porn, but it is adult in nature, basically. So just keep that in mind before you get into it, if that's like a thing that like bothers you.
There are also pigeons.
Pigeons? No, there's ravens.
Ravens. Wasn't there a... I thought I
No.
put my head in and there was something. Were they I forget.
Pigeons. No. Ravens. There's ravens.
I looked at the latest pages, but I didn't actually read the comic itself yet. Den Mom C Strong Huge says, "Hey, longtime fan. In fact, so long I remember aiming Tracy back when AIM was a thing. Doubt she remembers. Just wanted to say, looking forward to everything. Loves what's been shown so far."
Awesome. I'm glad. I'm hoping that it entertains fans at least. Hopefully more than just that, though. I would really like the audience to expand. So far, so good, I guess. But, you know, we'll see how it does once it comes out. But I'm happy to say that our best performing videos, according to the analytics, are consistently the animation roughs. So, yeah. It's not porn, then you've lost my interest. Sorry.
And Tio very much likes the art, it seems.
Yeah, my comic is of a much more adult nature than Lackadaisy, so...
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Zig asked, the hell is aiming? AOL Instant Messenger. Vintage internet.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever used it. I was more of an MSN Messenger kid.
I was AIM because AIM had file transfers, so I used AIM to collaborate on comics, actually. But yeah, before there was cloud storage, and I didn't have like BitTorrent and didn't know how to use it, and I transferred large PSDs back and forth with Kei Fitawa back when I was working on Black Blood Alliance in college via AIM.
Are we getting to the point where we're the old people on the internet, like back in my day?
No, but we do remember the old internet.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, though. It is an experience that few will get, fewer will have. Yeah.
Yeah. I like sometimes just springing some of the vintage internet stuff on someone, like Weeble's old animations or something.
Yeah.
Or the things that were memes before the term meme was used for them.
Mm-hmm. Like All Your Base.
Yeah, I mean that's the main one that everybody thinks of, right?
Or YTMND.
Oh god,
Yeah.
That thing. Grave Rider says, "Don't say that. We ain't old. We are wise." Debatable. Anyone else had an old computer with like 50 widgets in the search bar? My mom would have like 50 things in the search bar area that wasn't the search bar. Zig, I remember computers before the search bar was a thing. It was just a URL bar.
Before tabs were a thing. When my sister downloaded a virus because she wanted a fancy new cursor.
Oh god. My friend made a joke when he was first learning basic programming, where he created a fake Internet Explorer icon that if you double clicked on it, it created a pop-up saying Internet Explorer terminated. It was a clear joke message about how bad the Internet Explorer was, but he realized that his sister was so bad at internet that she actually thought she had created a real problem, and it was an effective way of keeping her off his computer.
Oh.
Remember when Facebook was just a website where you threw sheep at people and not a blight upon human society? No, because I refused to join it until well after it was already a blight on human society.
I joined it during college, and it was already a blighted human society then. Even
yeah, same here.
Facebook was never good. It just got worse, but it was never good. It was just that website that you used to find out where frat parties were, which meant it was also never good.
Yeah, my CJEP, which is the school we have here before college, was like, oh, you should add us on Facebook. It's where we organize our events. I'm like, cool. I am never going to any of your events ever.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason why I use Facebook, is friends that still run events off of it. So, but I don't post anything. It's just like, I don't want to post there. My family's there. It's a reprehensible place. I only follow like pet blogs and stuff, really. So that makes it a little bit more tolerable, but
I don't post there at all, or read anything. I just watch. I just use it for the messenger. But every now and then somebody's be like, hey, you didn't see the thing I posted on Facebook? I'm like, no, I don't use it that way, and I don't care.
rather liking how this little cat's coming out.
Very cute.
Yeah. So it's the kind of cat that knocks things off the counter on purpose, so it's
nice.
Like this character is like a little gangster. It's like, oh, it'd be a shame if something terrible happened.
Doodle Master says, love your art and can't wait to see more.
Oh, thank you.
Zigshart says, I wasn't around for LimeWire, but it seemed like peak entertainment downloading Britney Spears and getting Soulja Boy and like 3 Trojans.
Yeah. Yeah, if you
Sounds
wanted to
like
pirate software, it was a crapshoot.
Oh, I just refused to do it back then, personally.
It was so risky. It was so risky. So you had to like know which ones were legit, and you can only know which ones were legit by asking your friends who had like already were familiar with that download. So
Sadkit says, I remember when I was first learning programming that some classmates made a batch file that turned the computer off, changed the icon to Minecraft, and put it in most computers in the school. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. It's pretty easy to do, too. Ghostly Folk says, I love the painting texture.
yeah, I just don't want to clean up, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah. To like make it feel more complete than it really is, basically.
Awu McGoobus says LimeWire and Linkin Park were like peanut butter and chocolate. Oh man, Linkin Park.
No, like Napster. It was like a whole drama. Napster.
I never watched I never used any of those services. I didn't trust them.
Nah, I was just like a kid at their height, so it wasn't it's like I didn't know anybody who like used that stuff, so I wouldn't have even known how to use it, and that kept me from using it basically. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay, so this one is for Jack.
Nice. Theo just finished the first episode of Bagog, and they say it was spooky. Someone earlier asked if Tracy had found her cat. She didn't come back, so possibly not. Hope so.
I hope she finds the cat.
Well, she's in the city, so cats being outside overnight's not the worst thing, but it's not great.
No.
My parents discovered the hard way when they moved to the country that cats needed to be indoors at night.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I
The chart
don't.
says you don't?
I have no idea.
Concerning Zig's comment or something else? I don't think a Snyder cut of Lackadaisy is going to happen, no.
No. What we're putting out is what we intended. Don't make me do extra work. You want the Snyder cut, you can put it in 4x3 in black and white or whatever.
And produce the additional hour of material.
Yeah. That hour of material will be longer than the short itself, so.
Yes. Oh, I mean, the Snyder cut for Justice League was what, 4 hours? But consider more Lackadaisy slow-mo. Alright, now you guys are just saying memes. Sidekick proposes the Morta cut. That would just be like 2 seconds and the main characters would just get shot.
No.
Yeah.
No, cut to black.
Be a good April 1st joke next year, though.
So one of these birthday
Short.
gifts is of a sheep. So this the guy has a sheep. So I'm like, I'm gonna make a sheep.
Oh.
It's like make it rain.
Short becoming a feature film. I mean, hopefully it'll be a series one day. However you guys manage to make that happen.
Shower the sheep in meme coin.
I am personally looking forward to seeing the HBO Grimdark Lackadaisy.
No lie, I think that HBO would be a good home for the project, though. It's like
Probably.
you know, like dramatic period pieces that are like a little different. Yeah, it's like a, they love that prestige stuff. I think this would definitely slot in well with what they got. I know that
Probably.
they're looking for more animated content.
Mechanic says, was going to say the Mordecai would just be a short scene from the point of view of some unfortunate soul staring down the barrel of a pistol, then a flash, and then credits.
It's very easy
Pretty
to
much.
animate, yeah.
Yeah.
Mordecai gets his own epilogue sequence at the end, though. He's got his... He actually has the longest shots in the entire film are his.
Makes sense. The camera would not move that much on him because he's so deadpan.
You could afford to do it to him. Not so much Rocky. Rocky costs too much money.
Nova has imagined the epilogue of the short as just Mordecai having breakfast in his underwear with his bed head. Give the fans what they want. Give the fans what they need. I think that's a very specific subcategory of fan. I don't think that's where all of us want the short resources to go. Her doggy dog says, presumably blackmailing studio executives is on the table. It seems too much trouble. Andrew says HBO Max is gobbling up animation IP like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mechanic says, I feel the boardroom meeting would go something like this. It's an excellent idea, but I have one question. Why are they cats? The answer being, of course, I don't know. They just are. I mean, there is a reason they're cats, which is the stylistic choice of it. The comic would not feel the same if
No, it would
Rocky
not.
was human.
The antics
And-
are a little less cute. But also,
Yeah, I mean,
Mordecai, as a human, would be less expressive.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually, I've been facing that same decision with my own work, because I honestly did not want my first comic to be an anthropomorphic comic, but I think it will be just because the writing comes out better that way.
It's fun.
Yep.
I mean, some things you do for aesthetic reasons, and that's fine. I mean, that was one of the reasons why in my comic the zombies are, like, mutated as well. It's because it's more fun to draw that way.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Tio is losing their mind over your comic.
My comic? Oh, you mean
Yeah.
Lackadaisy? That's
No.
Tracy's comic, not mine. Oh, my comic?
I mean, Umbagog, yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. Where's
I mean, they're free in
yeah,
the
there's
chat.
a
they're
lot of
freaking
death.
out.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people die. It's it's yeah. There's a lot of the color red, and I'm still working on it. I just have had literally 0 time, but I am still working on it. Like, I actually have it like outlined out to completion. I have done so much script writing. I sunk years into that, more than just drawing it. Years into writing it even.
Robert says the way you mentioned Mordecai makes me think of the regular show. I haven't seen the regular show, but I think that is a very different Mordecai.
Extreme. It's like the polar opposite. Regular show is a stoner cartoon, but appropriate for kids. But like Mordecai and Rigby, they're 2 stoners. I applied for that actually. Like, that was I was close to getting that job, but back before the show came out, when I had just graduated school, didn't get it. But oh man, I still remember that the test that they gave me for boards included like the guys are high. What do they see? It's just actually we had to like draw. You had to like draw what you imagined they were looking at. So
Nice.
they know what they're doing. They know. If you've seen the showrunner's other stuff also, like for instance, like where the Benson's design came from, like he's done like largely adult stuff. This is like called like, what's the name of that one thing? So there's this one. JG can tell. Yeah. That was his name. That was like escaping me, but he did a short that was called, trying to remember it. I'm looking it up because I can't remember the exact name of what his short was called. 2 in the AM PM. Yeah, it was about a pair of gas station employees like getting like just blaze out of their minds basically in the shit that they see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dustingo says, I say this sincerely, not much has creeped me in such a level such as Fable's comic.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get a lot worse. Oddly though, my intent with the comic is to do a zombie apocalypse story that is less cynical than typical.
I mean, they usually just devolve into basic politic darkness.
I mean, it has a shitload of social commentary. You can't do a zombie story without having social commentary. You can lie and say that you don't have it, but you do have it.
I mean, that's kind of the point. If you manage to dodge it, then it's just you've created a shit zombie story.
It's just bad instead. But yeah, zombies, they always mean something. So.
Yeah. James Hallsteller says it's 10 p.m. here, but I'm still going. It's 1 a.m. here, and I'm still going.
Yeah, I'm relentless.
Yeah. Simon asks, who's your favorite YouTuber? Mine's... he says his is Solar Sands, Ashley Nichols, and Voice Critical.
I mean, I don't... Like, what category?
I don't...
Yeah.
The only one in there I recognize is Ashley, and obviously we know what she does, but...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think necessarily I have a favorite. It just depends what I want to watch.
Yeah. I mean, like, to give you an idea, like, my taste, like, I'll watch, like, a lot of, like, educational shows, and I'll watch a lot of, like, stuff talking about, like, critical analysis of different media and history stuff. And then I also like to watch, like, Minecraft update videos. Okay? And then I'll watch, like, a lecture about, the basalt flats of the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, those videos are fun, though, the weird educational obscure ones.
I like it.
I mean, I listen to some politics, but mostly I like the educational stuff.
Like
I really
things, yeah.
I like I'm not crazy about philosophy. I like the law stuff, actually.
Well, philosophy, I mean, if you're into law, then you might be interested in philosophy of law. Because, like,
Maybe.
Philosophy ties very strongly to law, because, like, a lot of the ideas that, like, people discuss and, like, informs our idea of, like, what's right or wrong, or, like, what's reality or not, like, like, the way that those get codified is through law. Like, they get discussed, they become part of, like, the political conversation, and then, like, they can become law. So, you know, things like, you know, what is gender? Like, that, there's, like, a legal question attached to that, even. You know, there's, like, prison abolition. Like, that is a philosophical question that also becomes a political question, and thus a legal question. So,
I guess I just got annoyed with academic philosophy through exposure to my friends taking it.
Well, yeah, that's because there's a lot of, like, it's not really the fun way or the more, like, day-to-day experienced way of dealing with that kind of thing, because a lot of the philosophers, they just, like, their lives are so different than what we did. Like, that whole, like, I think therefore I am, and, like, oh, like, how do I know if I'm real or not kind of existentialism doesn't really make sense when your existence is actually questioned constantly by everybody around you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, for someone for whom that's like a passive action, that's very different than for someone else who has to, like, actively assert their existence and their identity all the time. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like they actually live that question constantly, whereas for someone else it's just kind of an abstract thought.
I can confirm to
Philosophy Tube actually did a video on that recently. It was really, really good.
I've seen some of that channel's work. They were pretty good.
That's Abigail Thorne. She's freaking awesome. She came out recently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tio says Rav is badass.
Yeah, he's actually based on a very old character of mine, which you've maybe, if you look at my Twitter occasionally, and you'll see me posting drawings of a dog named Ravage, and that's also Rav. So it's like there's a version of him in the comic, and then there's a version of him that has existed for much, much longer. I mean, his Ombigog incarnation is a little different, though, simply because he's a human. His dogness is actually part of the story in his other story. Yeah, the character has like a few incarnations, basically.
Yeah. A bit like if you can dig out the that one comic of Rocky and Mitzi from God knows when Tracy drew that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, Raph still exists in both forms. He's just
Yeah.
a character I like, and that I've been like familiar with for a while. So he tends to like pop up in different stories I write, even if they're like not about him directly. He's still like kind of just follows. I think it's kind of interesting if you can actually like I've seen some other comic artists like reuse characters for different stories that they do, and so it's interesting to like follow a character through different incarnations. Like David
Makes
Willis
sense.
does a really good job of that. His current comic, Dumbing of Age, those characters have actually been around for a while in lots of different versions, and there's actually a lot of jokes in Dumbing of Age that are references to some of those older stories that he's told. But he always has a tendency to, like, when he does another comic, he'll, like, take the same cast of characters and he'll, like, put them somewhere different and see what happens.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a fun way to write that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bit like the Stan Lee's way of writing Spider-Man of what awful thing can I do to him this week? Tio is begging you to not kill Rav now.
I don't think Rav is killable. But yeah, I'm eager to get back down. He's kind of in the story, he's kind of the guy who kicks Jack in the pants, basically. He's just a guy who tends to defy expectations. And the way he views the world is like not really the way that other people do. Okay, now I'm gonna do something totally goofy for Ash that that I think she will uniquely appreciate. It won't make sense to anybody else, though.
Does it involve predators?
No, it's Immortan. It's Mitzi as Immortan Joe.
Oh, I mean, all of us. There's two Canadians in chats, and James just asked us Manitoba and Montreal. No, Manitoba is not Montreal at all.
No, it's like below and I guess above also it touches the Arctic Circle, and it's like part
Uh,
of like where all the lakes are, right?
Manitoba? I mean, it's one of the 3 little prairie provinces in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't,
I
I
have a
don't know
friend,
that it.
Kelly. Kelly is from Manitoba, one of our board artists. She
Yeah,
grew up
the,
in the little the hydro town.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, probably a lot of the Canadian provinces, their northern bits will touch the Arctic Circle, and then there's the actual territories that are deep in there. Quebec stretches really far north. I'm also from Quebec, by the way, Simon, who is also from here. I think a lot of people will appreciate Mitzi as Immortan Joe, and if they don't,
Yeah.
then they really need
Then
to
they're
see Mad
wrong.
Max Fury
Yeah.
Road.
They do.
That movie is freaking amazing. Oh, there's a lot of Canadians in chat today. Tio's gonna save episode 4 for tomorrow.
Yeah. I was originally gonna do Gamer Girl Mitzi, but nothing tops that one thumbnail, so. And I was struggling to draw it anyway. I was like, wanted to, and then I just, like, did, like, something about it was like, eh. And now there's just a better version of it, so fuck it, I'm gonna do this.
Alright, Canada's taking over chat now. So, Tio's asking me to speak only French for 30 minutes.
You want to speak French? Go for it.
I kind of don't. I mean, I can, but, like, it'd make the stream a little difficult to follow, I think.
Challenge them.
Maybe if we get Z in here, I mean, I don't know if you want to practice your French. I know it's been a while.
I mean, you know I suck at it, but I might be able to understand you somewhat. I'm happy to try. I just know I'll disappoint you.
It's alright, but yeah, maybe another day. I'm quite tired. People are talking about Tim Hortons. Honestly, gone downhill. Probably not the best restaurant for us to have as the Canadian thing. So one thing that really kind of surprised me about the cinematography of that movie that they did really well is they managed to make the wives not really sexualized,
Yeah.
despite the outfits they put them in.
Yeah, a lot of that is the cinematography and the editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like a rule in the film where they try to keep things centered, in order to give the editor a lot more flexibility in terms of cuts, so that there
Mhm.
were more shots that they could use to piece together the narrative and like not be restricted just because of like, you know, there's certain rules that you gotta follow in cinema storytelling to not confuse your audience. Bad editing, like editing needs to not feel obvious. If you can feel the editing, it's usually a problem. Not always, but but if you start to notice like an odd cut, it can pull you out of it. So
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the point of the story was like those women's like agency, and like if you had chosen to like sexualize them and just like make them like an object for the audience to ogle, it would have totally undermined the story, and which is
Oh yeah,
obvious,
totally.
except so many stories do that. So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely, and
Yeah.
that's part of why like it was a really
yeah,
like it was a really good movie. Unexpected to suddenly have for it to be so focused on the women too as it was. I don't think people saw that coming until it came out. But
Well, if you'd seen like the sequels, like it actually kind of follows like a pattern. They all stretch, like they all have like such significant social commentary and like ask you to ask questions of you basically about like modern culture, like all of them.
oh, I should go rewatch some
Yeah.
because I saw them some when I was really young. So that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely go back to them. It's like it's all there. It's by the same guy. He just became a better filmmaker over time. That's really what it was. But like his focus has been pretty consistent. If anything, the original Mad Max is the one that like doesn't match the other films.
I can ask which movie we're talking about. We were
Mad
talking
Max
about
Fury Road is what sparked this conversation.
yes.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the Mad Max series in general.
Oh, that's right. It's like the cod piece is also holsters. I forgot.
Connect to you. Cod pieces are something I'm really glad never took off as actual fashion in modern clothing.
They were significant for a while too.
Yeah, what years were they big in?
Centuries. Like there's a lot of men's fashion back when like heavily focused on like cod pieces and stuff. You think about like medieval times, like knights and stuff, like how they decorated that area. It's like
I should not be surprised.
Dandy fashion, that kind of thing. No. Just remember like images of like kings and stuff and paintings. Those have like the crotch region is always very fancy. If anything, it's kind of
I
weird
guess
right
I
now that we're not doing that, considering how often it happens.
I guess I never paid much attention to it. Nova, what are you doing?
Oh no.
I just said I'm doing it. I'm concerned. Drawing the thing.
That doesn't narrow it down.
No, it really doesn't. Oh, he says the correct epilogue. Alrighty then.
Oops.
I think like half of chat's conversation has completely derailed into Canada stuff, and I have not been following it.
Fear.
I mean, it's Canadians talking about Canadian stuff, which I'm technically a part of.
Technically.
They're arguing over who owns Tim Hortons. Last I heard, it was Burger King. So
yeah, it was bought by an American company, guys.
well, they said that they were buying it to become a Canadian company for tax reasons, so it might not technically be American. But I think the guy who was making the commercial decisions for it was South American. I don't know how they work.
Damn it.
Nova, when you tell me you can give me a doodle in the lack accord with a winky face, I'm just going to stare at you suspiciously in silence. I mean, Crafty, if you're not in the lack accord and you want to join, you can. It's just, I can give the link if you need it.
Yeah, it's not closed.
I mean, Discord's standard rules apply. You need to be at least 13 and that sort of thing, but...
Is that Ash? My color in.
Nice.
tell her that she needs to come over. Wait a second.
Katie Woods asks, has Tracy ever mentioned if she doesn't allow people to do paid commissions with her characters in them?
Just, like, don't make merchandise, I guess?
I feel free to ask her if you want to
Yeah.
commit. If you're planning on commissioning something, I guess let her know what you're planning on commissioning.
Okay, I've summoned Ash.
Crafty says it looks like she's holding an olive on a stick.
I'm just trying to follow Morton Joe's general outfit. Hi, Ash. Could make a very delayed birthday present.
What?
Hello, Ash.
A Morton Mitzi.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I love it.
We were joking about this earlier, and I was gonna do Gamer Girl Mitzi, but you see the thumbnail covered that, so
That's so good. Love it.
I'm glad you like it. Yeah.
It's very good.
This is the crossover that nobody asked for, but would be perfect for you.
Yes. Oh my god, that's great.
I'm glad you like it.
Thank you.
Oh, damn fireworks. They're celebrating your belated birthday.
Hooray!
Yeah. The birthday that was... How long ago was that?
January 12th.
January! That's how long I've been sitting on these. I was like, I've gathered... Oh no, Moth. Oh, scared baby.
I know, honey.
He hates it.
Aw.
Poor baby.
He's sad. He's like, oh no, save me from the scary. I'm shaking.
Aww.
I'm a little shaky boy. Save me from the scary explosions. Baby. Moth, baby.
Aww.
Baby Moth, were you so scared?
Boy.
He's such a little scaredy
You're
boy.
alright. It's okay.
I must hide. I don't know what's happening. The thunder, it loud. Mother.
I love that. That's great.
It's almost done. I'm just like giving it like a couple of touches, but
Nice. Well, thank you.
yeah. There you go, Mom.
James asks, U.S. viewers, are you still here?
I am
No.
in the US.
While you guys were talking, Canada has conquered the northern states. You're now ours now.
Oh well.
We'll take California too, even if you outnumber us.
Okay, I guess.
Jagan says, did you know moose swim, so a common predator is an orca? It's not so much that they swim as that they can dive to like 14 feet underwater. So yeah, moose get taken out by orca every now and then.
My brother was beat by a moose.
What was that? Sorry?
It's a Monty Python reference.
Oh. CZP says, okay, I came back to a lovely picture.
Did ya? It's a Morton Mitzi.
I think that seems like that's something CZP can probably get behind.
I know how to make this even better.
Simon's asking about the gender reveal party creating earthquakes. It wasn't an earthquake. It's just somebody detonated an alarming amount of explosives, and it shook a city.
Still streaming?
Hey!
Hey!
Cat?
Nope.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Shit.
She's outside somewhere. I have the other animals sequestered and the door open, just hoping she lets herself back in.
I did Morton Mitzi.
Nice.
Except
for Ash.
Okay, final touch. Yeah, I showed Ash. Ash was freaking delighted. Just a little Rocky type of witness me.
And there was a comment in chat earlier that this drawing made them want to spray themselves in the mouth with spray paint.
What about them spraying themselves with silver spray paint?
Because Mad Max Fury Road.
Right, I know, but
So
I just missed some part of what you said there.
Oh, just somebody in the chat was saying this drawing made them want to do that.
Oh.
Witness me.
He just pours syrup all over himself.
Don't
That
give the
scene
chat
where-
ideas. Nova's in the audience.
Oh god.
I'll look up the War Boy pants real quick. It's like I know it, but there's also like so many freaking tiny little details. There's Nux. That's what I want. I want Nux. There he is.
Nova says, "Damn Fable, damn."
Dude, I do Wasteland. I am hardcore into that scene.
I think they're referring to what you just said about not giving them ideas. Nova's in the audience. Nova, you have earned your reputation. Wear it with pride. Yes, there is edible silver spray paint. Apparently, when Mad Max came out, Fury Road came out, everybody was leaving a huge amount of comments about that on it. It's much to the confusion of the creators.
It's apparently not very good, though, so... The
I mean,
popularity quickly died off because it's disgusting.
it's edible silver spray paint. I mean,
It's not meant to be sprayed directly in your mouth. That's for sure.
it probably won't hurt you if it's edible,
No,
but
it
that
won't,
doesn't
but
mean it.
you won't like it.
No. To be fair, that's probably an accurate part to the experience in the movie, because they definitely were not doing that because they were expecting a good time after it.
No. Hello. Who dat? Somebody else join?
Yep. Hello, Fui.
It's Flea. Hi,
Hey,
Flea.
Fui. We are streaming to YouTube right now. They can see my
Wait,
screen, but not yours.
Wait. Is this on YouTube?
Yes, guest live. See, it says live?
Oh no!
Yeah, that
Oh,
means I'm on YouTube right now. They can't see you though. Well, they can hear you, but they can't see anything you're doing.
Let's see. I'm gonna be here and watch the stream.
It's only 60 people listening.
Hi, 60 people. I didn't realize it's a guest stream.
Yeah, this drawing's done now.
By the way, hi, I'm Nox. I mod the Lackadaisy.
Ah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's Jay's Russian blue, like, personality like? Do you know? Off the top of your head, Tracy? You know his cats?
Oh, Arioso died a couple of years ago.
Oh, no.
But he still, that was his best buddy.
Aw.
He was pretty even-tempered, mild-mannered cat. Kind of dapper-looking, smart.
Okay, I'll make him a dapper gentleman then.
He was Russian blue.
Yeah. Perfect.
Kind of a
dapper
triangle
gentleman.
cat, like Zib. Like his...
Yeah. No, I can see in the photo I
Yeah.
have of him. But
Okay.
I just didn't want to, like, give him persona that was, like, inaccurate.
Yeah. He wouldn't be, wacky or violent or anything.
Yeah. Well, one upside to doing all that Rocky animated notes is that I'm extremely warmed up now.
Yeah, I can see you pumping out drawing after drawing here.
Yeah.
Wish I was that
I'm
fast.
basically sticking to, like,
You are
this
fast.
one ink thing to sketch it out so that I don't get, like, overly involved with it. Like, I'm not tempted to erase it. Because my work generally is stronger, like, when I lean into, like, the permanent ink look. Give a character a stick, apparently.
Simon says, man, it's 2021. We're almost halfway through the year. We're a third of the way.
Yeah, thanks for myself.
Trying to look up some outfits. Let's see. Bing. This one's good.
He has mildly annoyed rogue energy.
I mean, that is a Russian blue, isn't it?
I did.
I do not quite have your extent of animal breed knowledge.
They're fancy.
They are. They
Fair.
actually had an issue where they were becoming too inbred. So they had to mix in, I think it was actually Oriental Shorthairs they mixed into the bloodlines to, like, give them more genetic variety to prevent, because they have, like, issues with sliding patellas and things like
jeez.
that. So
He's looking like
I
a
mean, like
murderous
the
fucker.
actual breed. Like lots of people will see a gray cat and just call it a Russian blue, but it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, the actual breed is a specific thing.
So it's not just to insult the color choices of Russians.
No.
These have been fun to do. Just doing some drawing. I haven't really just sat down and like drawn a lot. Just drawings. Not notes. In a bit. I'm like a smart gentleman, but he also looks like he's gonna like beat somebody with that cane. Don't fuck with this
He
guy.
looks British, which fits because, yeah,
It's a British breed.
Jay loves his British humor, so.
Oh. Well, that it's totally on purpose.
It's the bowler hat thing where
Yeah.
Americans tended to wear fedoras in the early 20th century. The British wore bowlers and derbies.
Zach says he's gonna pimp slap someone.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I should pop out. It is nearing 2 a.m. and I am passing out.
Oh, Dad, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's been fun. Glad to hang out with you guys again. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, we should do it again soon. Thanks for being here, Nox.
No problem. Anytime. I just don't always have to pass, right? But let me know if you ever want to do something.
Well, anytime. We'll,
Yeah.
poke us. We'll give you one.
Yeah.
Alright. Take care. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, somebody was asking whether or not it was allowed if for them to like either get commissions of the characters or take commissions of the characters.
Yeah, they DM'd me. I answered
okay.
them. All right, I gotta go back outside, look for cat.
Okay. All right.
Open bikini.
everything. Do, 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 do. Alright. Got Jason, Ashley, Sagan, and Brad left. Okay.
Is all some kind of birthday gift giveaway for these people?
Sorry, what? What'd you
Because
say?
I seen you drop some of the drawing to the people, and I thought, is it some kind of birthday gift or hopes or something?
It's a thing I do for people's birthdays. It's like I go,
Yeah.
give me a cat. So
Aww.
yeah. I
very
I haven't
nice.
done any lately because I've just been so busy, but I've been keeping a list
That's
of everybody.
totally
to go
understandable.
To. Yeah.
Not to mention you have way so many hands on the project, just it's understandable. But the fact that you're willing to take the time to do it for everyone is just very, very awesome.
Yeah. If I find out you have a birthday, then I'll ask you give me a cat.
Aww.
Yeah.
I funny enough that if you do ask me, I would say I don't have a cat, but I do have something much more different than a cat.
Well, I did draw a Doge, so
Oh,
yeah.
right.
The Shiba Inu.
Yes.
Because one of the guys, he's like he doesn't have a he doesn't have a cat. He's got a dog. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
he lives with Ashley, so technically
Yeah, I
he
know.
has 2 cats, but they're not his cats. He has this dog.
Yep.
Though.
Yep.
Or else
I'll
I'm like,
agree.
give me a cat character or whatever. In the case of the VAs, like sometimes they've been just like, oh, just draw the character I play. So like, Val, it was his birthday, so he asked for Zib
Aw.
as in the hot dog story.
Amazing.
As Val has this hot dog story, and so it's like we put Zib in his hot dog story. Katie Wood says, the second I learned how to draw Zib, all of my friends turned on me and called me a furry. Hot dog story. Yeah, Val has a story about involving him getting into a fight with a guy over a hot dog cart.
Also, that story is very relatable because the moment I draw my character and my friend was like, "Oh, are you furry?" I'm like, God damn it.
Sure, why not? It'd just be like, yeah, fucker.
Yeah, it just.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just rotating my shoulders and stuff. I might take a quick break, guys, just so I can
Do
do
it.
some stretching without you guys just hearing stretch noises. Alright. 1 second, guys. I will be right back. So, enjoy the, let's see, there we go. So, be right back at 11, let's say 15. Oops. So, give me like a 10-minute break. Alright. There we go. We are returned. Hello, guys. Whoa. We're talking about Marvel stuff on different movies that come out recently in the YouTube chat. You can see the YouTube chat too if you go to the YouTube channel.
Yeah, let me do that.
Yeah, if you look at the stream, you can see the chat. They're nice. They're nice people.
I can tell.
That's why I enjoy streaming, is that like the audience is actually pretty nice. Like they're, you know, like to see what people are chatting about, and sometimes they'll like talk about their lives and stuff. It's like entertaining for me. Even if
There we go. I say hi to people in chat.
Fui is one of our cleanup artists.
Hello.
Fui, where are you at? You're in Canada
Oh,
right now? Or
Oh no, I'm Malaysia.
Oh, you're in Malaysia. I wasn't sure if you were from Malaysia but in Canada, or if you were still in Malaysia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still in Malaysia.
Yeah.
So the time zone is pretty much just 2:20 p.m. right now. So it's not really my bad time.
You're fine.
Yep. No one can call me out.
Maybe Mookie will pop in. He should be awake about now.
True. Mookie is the same time zone as me.
Yeah, because he's in the Philippines.
Yep.
I think we have a few more people in Southeast Asia. I don't know how many other folks, but no, we have like some folks in Australia, so it's all a similar time zone. Yeah.
Yeah, I find not a lot of Asian people were in indie project like this.
Oh, we have lots of folks here who are at least of Asian
Asian?
descent. Yeah, tons.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm not.
I guess I
I'm
haven't
not
met
aware
enough
of the
people.
yeah. I'm not aware of the ethnicities of everybody because I just know them. I know most of everybody here just as a icon. I don't really know too much about their backgrounds quite frequently, but like no, we have lots of folks on our team that are of East Asian or Southeast Asian descent or currently live there. Yeah. We got, said Isaac Olero in chat says, yay for Philippines. I have half Pinoy myself. Is it Pinoy?
Yeah,
No, Pinoy? Pinoy is the wine. I'm sorry. Shit. I didn't know how to pronounce. Help me, Fui. Is it Pinoy?
I'm not a Philip. I'm not a Philippine
but I
person,
figure
I'm
you've
afraid.
heard the word though, right? You'd think I would have, but it's probably been said to me and I forgot. How do you pronounce Pinoy?
I'm going to guess it Pinoy.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we don't have much Philippine people here in Malaysia, so it's like I'm just curious as you.
Ah.
Ah. Mookie, help us!
Mookie. Summon Mookie. Pinoy, as in Hanoi. Ah, good, okay. Because I said Pinoy, because I'm thinking like French.
Pinoy.
Because I think it's like... they default to the like sort of bad French pronunciations of things when it's not English. So I'm bad. I was like, once I understand the general structure of like how the Romanized version of the language tends to be translated, though, like I can start picking it up. It's like, oh, this is how you say it. It's hard to learn anything though when it's like you're just reading it. You don't have like people speaking it around you. That's why my French is not very good. It's like I can read it.
Yeah.
I can sort of understand it. Speaking it, I would have to sit amongst a bunch of people for like probably several days at minimum. Hello, Star Animations.
Yeah, I mean, I figure because since you're American, usually the folk you talk to is like fluent in English and rarely with the S Latin stuff. That's
Yeah, I
why.
do hear a lot of Spanish, at least where I am right now. But that doesn't mean I can speak it. I can read it. I understand it worse than French, though. I have more French education than Spanish education.
Yeah, from all the American friends I talked to, they always told me, yeah, I only know English and Spanish. And meanwhile, in Malaysia, we get to learn 3 languages: English, Chinese, and Malay.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we have
Bilingual,
language
baby.
courses, but it's just really hard to get fluent in a language if you're not, like, surrounded by it.
Very true.
So, let's see. We at least, like, there's, like, Duolingo and stuff, though. I've tried those apps to kind of, like, refresh my knowledge. I was trying to learn Japanese, but, like, what was difficult was trying to memorize what the different kanji, like, the sounds represented.
Oh, the kanji is
Yeah.
tough. Like, it's
Yeah.
basically the Chinese.
Yeah, at least it's like learning other languages. Like if it's in the Latin alphabet, you can figure it out. But if it's not in the same alphabet, then it's like, oh, okay, now this is difficult. So, but I like to, learn new vocabulary, and like I do enjoy languages because it's like a different way to think. Actually, it's just interesting, like how the grammar of a language kind of informs how you think in it.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like, did you know, like the Japanese kanji is basically the same meaning, usually the same meaning as the Chinese word. It's just pronounced differently. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that wasn't.
Very
And they
interesting.
imported a lot of their writing system and stuff from China, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's
They're like, that works. We'll take that.
Yep.
Fair. Hey, if it works.
It's ours.
But yeah, I'd like to learn Japanese because I would like to visit Japan someday and at least be able to like read the signs. Yeah.
Very true.
I want to go eat the food. I want to eat the food.
Very healthy.
Yes, I want to eat the good sushi.
Yeah, they also had a
sushi here, but
Yeah, for sure. Go get the original one.
Yeah, I've never visited Japan. I've never actually been to any Asian country. I've not been to that side of the world at all. I haven't been to Australia, even Hawaii. I have been to Mexico and Canada. I've been to Italy and Greece and France. And
Yeah, I say definitely
Luxembourg.
give
What
Asia a try.
Wait, no, it wasn't Luxembourg. It was sorry, brain fart. It was what's that tiny country that's just casinos? It's like Monte
Tiny
Carlo
country
or
with
something,
just
where they
casino?
race cars, and it's just the bay is full of yachts. It's
Oh.
like a tax retreat for rich people. I think.
Yeah, I believe that's
Monte
what
Carlo.
they call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been there.
Yeah. Nice.
Boy, you want to feel poor. Go to Monte Carlo, where Lamborghinis are the sedans. That's their Honda Civic.
Like,
It's like, oh,
it's basically like the rich
Monaco.
people
Monaco,
party.
that's the name. Sorry, Nova. There you go. Not Monte Carlo.
Oh, Monaco.
I am hard brain farting. Thank you for correcting me. Monaco. I would love to visit Brazil. I really like to go to Brazil and Costa Rica because I want to see wild parrots very badly
Oh yeah.
in their
That's
native
where I
habitat.
believe Rio is based on the
Yeah,
movie.
yeah, it's based off of Rio de Janeiro. The macaw, like they came out with like this imaginary, sort of a semi-imaginary species of macaw where they just said blue macaw, but like the exact bird that he's supposed to be is called like the blue spix macaw, and they are unfortunately now presumed to be extinct in the wild. Like, they're the
Oh, no.
ones that remain and just exist in the hands of breeders. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate. And it's a problem across the board. Like, my particular parrots, they're Kaiques, and they were not endangered when I got them, and now they are. It's like, oh crap, that's not good. That's upsetting.
One other ways to tourist destination in the Philippines. I think I only visit Manila in Philippines. Like they are kind of famous for the beach and some kind of cemetery I visited. Very neat place.
Ah, I love this animation. Fwee, look an animation channel. What Nick just posted.
Ooh. Oh yeah, like Nate is good in animation.
He's very good. Yeah. That's why I gave him like the sad Rocky shots. I was like, Nick, make him suffer.
Oh, by the way, I also still need your note on the cleanup. Apparently, mine still haven't got any note.
Let
Don't
me
worry,
scroll up to
like,
that. No. Where is that? Where did you post that?
It's in the cleanup. Like,
Cleanup?
you need
Yeah,
to
I'm looking
scroll
at
up.
cleanup. Scrolling.
You need to scroll way up until you see my icon.
Where is it? Oh! Okay. Here we go. Couldn't figure out what caused some additional frames of the giant gun. Oh.
Yeah,
Couldn't
there's
figure out
some
BG
problem with the
loss was
export.
texture all over. Okay, so the texture all over thing, that is an issue that if you check the cleanup doc, there is an answer to how to solve that one.
Oh, I will give it a little later.
Giant gun.
Yeah, the gun also show up for some reason and I couldn't figure out why either. But need your note on that if there's anything that need to be changed.
Yeah, so if you notice the Cadillac, it dips a little bit, so have the bullets there, like, dip as well, down a little bit, so just follow the arc. Because right now some of them look like they're moving a little bit, and that's because the car does the dip. Oh, now let's see. Actually, yeah, you mostly follow it, except towards the very end, then the bullet holes are sliding off the rim of that car. So just check it at that last, like, second of material. Let's see here.
The bullet hole one, right?
Yeah, just the bullet holes, and
Yeah.
and also, let's see. Include the hole of the throat in his mouth, so that you can, like, see, like, you know, the hole that goes down to your, yeah, that's where your throat starts. So yeah, include that. And let's see. On the side view, those jaggedy, like, in his mouth, his teeth, the top row isn't closed off. That's gonna give you some problems. Also draw in the gum line, if you could. Because it looks like that's missing.
I might need your go for
Sure.
note on that
Like,
because
this
I
is...
couldn't.
Okay, so...
Like,
one
you can
second.
do that after. You can do that after the stream.
No,
If that's
no.
all right.
No. Okay, so I'm just show you. You see my screen? Oops.
Oh my god, you're doing it right now.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is
It's
the
simple.
you are
So-
talking about the other show. I thought you are
Yeah.
talking about the one that is color.
Nah. Okay, so just close those teeth off so that. Yeah. So they're on the other side there. Just give me some gums. This is what I meant.
Hmm.
Gums. Close off.
So that's why when you say the bullet hole at the end of the friend, include the hole in the throat in his mouth. Does
Oh,
that
no.
apply to this
No,
one
no.
too?
I was talking about bullet holes,
Oh,
and then I was
okay,
talking about
okay.
his mouth.
Okay, so that's one
Okay.
is for the other show, right? Not this one.
I'm talking about scene 57. That's what I'm talking about.
Ah, okay, because I want to make sure about the scene 59.
Let's see here.
Did you check the scene 59?
Yeah, I'm looking at scene 59. That's your shot, right? So
Yeah, that one is finished color. And definitely need
okay, let's
those.
see. I think that's good. He looks good. This
Thank
one's
you.
all difficult. Oh wait, no, there's one thing. There we go. Okay, now it's good. Okay. Now, noticing new things. It's like, oops. Eh. Okay. Alright, so that. Additional frames of giant gun. Now I want to see what you mean by that, because I don't see a giant gun frame.
You sure?
Yeah,
I keep seeing it.
I'm
Wait,
looking at
let me-
57. You're talking about 57?
No. I'm talking about 59.
59.
Yeah, I
Oh, I
mentioned
see
in the
here.
Google Drive.
Because I was looking at
Yeah.
57. Yeah.
Yeah,
damn it.
because I couldn't. It's too big to share.
Okay.
That's why I put it on the Google Drive.
Okay, I see. That's the source of the confusion. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, what the heck?
I know, right? I couldn't
Yeah, what
figure
the
out.
hell?
Like,
It's like,
I
what
tried
on
some-
earth? Is there like a peg or something? Like, what's going on?
I already mentioned in the comment, like I already disabled or even delete the layer, and for some reason that showed up, and I couldn't figure out why. That's why I'm like, should I toss the two file for you guys to figure out? Because I tried so many times.
I'm very confused by it. That is unique shit. Good lord. Oh, I
Even
see
doing
one thing I
purpose.
comment on. Besides that, so he needs his eye white, the dot of white that's supposed to be like, like near his pupil. He needs his eye white. That needs to be its own separate layer, by the way.
Why?
Yeah, eye white. So you know the little dot of light. You know, like it's here. I'll draw it. What I'm trying to get at. It's like the point of high specularity on a shiny object. So you have like an eyeball, right? And then it says white.
Oh,
That bit.
okay.
Yeah, the little shiny spot.
Okay, you want me to
Yeah.
add that?
Yeah, that needs to be
Okay.
there.
Okay, I highlight.
Make it on its own layer.
Okay.
Okay. I think... I don't know what's up with the giant gun, but you're free to throw on some OL lines now.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
actually did throw the OL line. I guess it doesn't show up that.
Yeah, I think
obvious.
that the compression on this doesn't... It's like I can sort of see it, but he can have a little more than that, I think. He can go a
Yeah,
little
I
stronger.
would try to.
Yeah.
pull
I would say go
up the
nuts even, because
opacity.
right now he's like an angry bastard mode. So,
Oh, yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
on both
Alright.
shots, like, you can get a bit aggressive with that if you wanna. Like, in fact, I encourage it in this specific case.
Hmm.
Okay.
Notice on the shot 59, like the last couple of frames, suddenly the
Yeah.
entire background and the
Yeah.
cable got a little texture.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out why.
Yeah, that's the, like I said, that's, if you look in the how-to cleanup doc, and there is now an answer to how to fix that at the bottom. There's a
Give that
common
a look.
problems and stuff, section now.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, make sure that on held body parts that you're cycling the pencil texture so that it doesn't like hold so still. That'll keep him like alive and moving. He needs to there's instructions on how to use that also in the document. But it's the edit gradient texture tool.
Oh, you mean the part where he's holding still and the line texture should be moving?
Well, yeah. It's just so that it doesn't look like it's just like a still image. Like we make the pencil texture swim like that, rather than like redrawing the line. Like you can just like yoink a slider, it does it.
Okay.
So it's just like a
Okay.
button. Yeah, it's great.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
And now you can proceed to the
Mhm.
guest screen now.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off.
Oh, hey. Okay.
I
Still looking
have
for
a bad
cat?
feeling I'm gonna be up all night looking for this cat. So
All right. Maybe I'll get to my remaining birthday gifts then some other time, because it's late for me.
yeah,
It
it's
is.
quite late. Yeah.
Go rest.
You've been streaming for a long time now, so.
Jay is asking
alright.
about Act 4 board as thumbnail, and I'm thinking maybe a segment of the YouTube thumbnail instead for the Little Daisy post.
The Act 4 board?
Not Act 4. Yeah, Act 4 board. I don't know what he means. I think he means just that set of boards. Like they're not boards, they're I think he misunderstood what the what's it called? Brain. Color keys. It was like these like all the scenes like that the screenshot of all the.
Oh yeah, I guess
scenes that
that's what he means.
in Act Two-
Yeah, that's
Act
definitely
One,
not a
yeah.
good thumbnail.
Oh, I'm definitely
Okay.
tired. This is where my brain's at. Okay, ending the stream, guys. Thank you for coming. I appreciate the company, and good night, good night, good night.